Chapter 1890 Heaven Refining Crystals Result. Chapter 1890 Heaven Refining Crystals Result. After arriving at the hunting grounds, instead of going straight to the core, Yuan began hunting the magical beasts in the outer region instead. He wanted to test out the Heaven Refining physique, but since he wasn't sure he actually had it, he decided to test it with weaker monster cores. On his 7th kill, Yuan acquired a 5th-level Spirit Apprentice monster core. Even if my Heaven Refining physique doesn't work, consuming this won't instantly kill me. Yuan mumbled as he held the monster core before his lips. A moment later, Yuan consumed the monster core. When the monster core entered his mouth and touched his tongue, it instantly melted. It worked. Yuan thought to himself as he swallowed the liquid and absorbed the spiritual energy within. However, he quickly noticed something was amiss. Although Head managed to consume the monster core and absorb its spiritual energy, it wasn't perfect. ID only managed to refine a portion of the spiritual energy, about 10%? Yuan mumbled. His original body and Heaven Refining physique allowed him to refine all of the monster core's spiritual energy even before it was awakened. Yet, the Heaven Refining physique Head attained in this world only managed to refine 10% of the monster core's spiritual energy. Even though they'd managed to recreate the Heaven Refining crystal and its powers, they are unable to completely replicate all of its power, huh? Yuan wasn't too surprised by this outcome. In fact, he was pretty satisfied by it. After all, he thought it wasn't going to work at all. Even if it's only 1/10 of its original strength, that is more than enough for me to completely surpass everyone in cultivation. After confirming the Heaven Refining physique was working, Yuan went straight to the deepest region and began slaughtering the Spirit Master magical beasts there. 2 weeks later, Yuan left the hunting ground with his cultivation at the 3rd-level Spirit Master. On his way out, he noticed a familiar face. It was Xianxia, and she was hunting magical beasts by herself. Not wanting to disturb her, Yuan waited for her to finish her hunt and silently watched her from the shadows. She's gotten pretty good with a sword. Although Xianxia was not at the level of a sword master, she managed to reach a respectable level of sword mastery by herself. Once Xianxia finished her hunt, Yuan approached her. Xianxia. Yuan? Xianxia's expression remained calm when she saw Yuan, but her eyes were noticeably brighter than before. Did you forget? I'm Xiao Yang right now, Yuan corrected her. Oh, right. When did you finish your punishment? She asked. 2 weeks ago. I heard you only arrived at the Immortal Monastery recently, but you're already at the 1st level of Spirit Warrior. Did you stay at the bamboo garden until you reached Spirit Warrior? Yuan noticed her cultivation was too high for someone who'd just qualified to enter the Immortal Monastery, suggesting that Xianxia had become a cultivator long ago but didn't leave the bamboo garden on purpose for some reason. She nodded and confirmed, I left when I reached Spirit Warrior. Why did you choose to stay there for so long? Yuan asked with a puzzled face. What came out of Xianxia's mouth left Yuan dumbfounded. The food there was too good, and I was worried that I would no longer be able to taste it again once I left, so I decided to stay until I couldn't, she calmly said. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing her ridiculous reason for staying in the bamboo garden for almost 4 whole years. However, it was definitely befitting of her character. I don't even know how to respond to that, but you must be relieved to know that the food in the sect is just as good if not even better than the food in the bamboo garden. Xianxia nodded, yes, I would have come here sooner if I knew the food here was just as good. What do you think of the trials so far? It must be difficult for someone like you, right? Especially the physical labor, Yuan asked, glancing at her with curiosity. Xianxia shook her head slightly before responding, her expression calm. At first, I was more puzzled than anything. It's not as bad as the others made it out to be. Once I became a cultivator, it became incredibly easy, almost effortless. Unlike the others, who struggled with the demands of physical labor due to their privileged backgrounds, Xianxia was a predator from the primal expanse. Chopping bamboo and fetching water didn't hurt her pride. It was nothing more than a slight inconvenience. I see. Are you heading back now? Xianxia then asked. Yuan nodded. Yes. You want to return with me? She nodded. It's almost time for breakfast. Unbeknownst to Yuan, Yingzi would eat 3 meals a day without fail, even while training inside the hunting grounds. Surprisingly, the Sect's food delivery system extended beyond the residential area and even reached the hunting grounds. That said, they would only deliver the food to the entrance of the hunting grounds. Upon returning to the residential area, Yingzi wasted no time and immediately ordered food. As for Yuan, he planned on taking a shower, but he noticed someone standing by his doorstep, and it was someone he wasn't familiar with. "How can I help you?" Yuan spoke as he approached this individual who was wearing the robes of an inner court disciple. This male disciple narrowed his gaze at Yuan and asked, "Are you disciple Xiaoyang?" "That sounds like me." "Who's asking?" "I am here on behalf of Grand Elder Bai. He wants you to visit him whenever you're available." "Sure. I'll give him a visit as soon as I clean myself up." The inner court disciple nodded before leaving. "That disciple has been waiting on your doorsteps for 4 days now," Lan Yingying said to him through her opened window. "He sure has a lot of free time as an inner court disciple," Yuan smiled. Chapter 1891 Twin Brother. Chapter 1891 Twin Brother. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Yuan immediately went to meet Elder Bai. Since Elder Bai was located inside the center court, Yuan had to leave the outer court and pass the inner court. "Stop right there, outer court disciple. Only inner court disciples are allowed beyond this point." The guard at the border stopped Yuan. "I was summoned by Grand Elder Bai," said Yuan. "Give me 1 moment." The guard retrieved a communication jade slip and, a few moments later, stepped aside. "You're free to enter," he said. Yuan entered the inner court and went straight for the center court, where he was stopped again. "I was summoned by the Grand Elder," Yuan repeated. The guard also did the same thing as the previous guard. A few moments later, Yuan was allowed to enter the center court. From there, Yuan went straight to Elder Bai's office. "It's disciple Xiaoyang," Yuan said after knocking on his door. "You may enter." A calm yet stern voice answered a moment later. Once Yuan entered the room, Elder Bai, who was sitting behind his desk, frowned. "What the hell? How is he at the 3rd level of Spirit Master? I swear he was only at the peak of Spirit Warrior 2 weeks ago. Did he consume a treasure during that time?" Elder Bai was greatly shocked by Yuan's cultivation progress. "Where is the disciple who went to fetch you?" Elder Bai asked a moment later after controlling his emotions. "Do you mean that inner court disciple messenger? He left as soon as he passed your message. Was he supposed to come here with me?" Yuan asked with a genuinely puzzled face. Elder Bai clenched his fist slightly after hearing this, as he was certain he ordered the inner court disciple to bring Yuan to his office. "How dare that brat defy my orders," he sighed inwardly. "How did you make it here without a guide? You're just an outer court disciple. There's no way you've been to the center court before, much less navigate through it." Yuan smiled and said, "I thought I told you, I came from the future. I have been to every nook and cranny of this place." "What kind of nonsense, forget it." Elder Bai cut himself off, exhaling sharply before shifting his focus. His expression hardened as he stood up and strode toward Yuan, his presence imposing. Locking eyes with Yuan, he stared at him with an intense gaze, as if trying to see through him. "Let's get straight to the point. Not only did you get rid of a monster who has harmed many innocent disciples, but you were also punished for it. Although Bai Zhan may have been my grandson, I will never side with evil. Even if he were my son, I would have cut him down the moment I learned of his atrocities." "How righteous of you," Yuan remarked. Although Yuan may have sounded sarcastic, he didn't doubt Elder Bai's words. "Since you wasted 2 years inside the confinement chamber, they'll compensate you with 25 contribution points, just enough for you to qualify to partake in the inner court examination," Elder Bai said. Although most sect elders are only allowed to give out 5 points at most, Elder Bai held the second highest position within the sect as the Grand Elder. If he wanted to, he could give you on 100 contribution points. "I wasn't expecting you to reward me when I walked through those doors, but thank you." Elder Bai sneered and said, I may be rewarding you, but that doesn't mean I like you. Your arrogance knows no bounds, and you're disrespectful to your seniors. The next time you show me even an ounce of disrespect, I'll punish you accordingly. I will keep that in mind. You may leave. Yuan gave him a bow before leaving the place. 25 contribution points, huh? I should take the inner court examination as soon as possible, Yuan muttered to himself as he left the center court and entered the inner court. While Yuan pondered his next steps, he noticed some disciples were looking in his direction, and before he could dwell on it, they called out to him. What the hell are you doing in that uniform, Tian? Yuan stopped walking and turned to look at the group of disciples who called out to them. There were 3 of them, and they were all inner court disciples. Yuan acted ignorant and asked, "Are you talking to me? Unless your name isn't Tian, who else?" One of them said. I didn't know you missed being an outer court disciple that badly. It suits you, though. The 3 disciples started laughing in a mocking tone. Tian always fought back against those who messed with him, so he had a lot of enemies within the sect. Sorry, but I'm not Tian. My name is Xiaoyang, Yuan said. The 3 disciples exchanged looks with each other before laughing even harder. What are you trying to pull this time? Did you hit your head and forget your own identity? I think he's trying to run away. What? That infamous Tian, who's known for fighting back, is running away. Unbelievable. The 3 disciples began approaching Yuan with cold smiles on their faces. Stop right there. Another voice suddenly resounded, halting their movements. Che. The disciples sucked their teeth in annoyance when they realized who just spoke. Looks like your mommy is here to save you, again. One of them spoke to Yuan through voice transmission. The disciples then bowed to this individual. Greetings, Elder Sunday, leave that disciple alone. He's not Tian but Xiaoyang, an outer court disciple, Elder Sun said as she approached them. What? Seriously? But. The disciples looked at Yuan with dumbfounded faces. Yuan shrugged, I told you I wasn't Tian. You must be his twin brother then. That must be it. How much longer are you going to bother this outer court disciple? Scram before I make you. Elder Sun raised her voice. Sorry, Elder Sunday. Well, leave immediately. The 3 disciples looked at Yuan's face one last time in a doubtful manner before leaving the scene. Chapter 1892 Accepting Elder Sun's Offer. Chapter 1892 Accepting Elder Sun's Offer. Thank you for the help, Elder Sun, Yuan said shortly after the disciples left. Elder Sun looked at him and asked, What are you doing inside the inner court, anyway? I was summoned by Grand Elder Bai. I see. Elder Sun mumbled and stared at him as if she had something to say but wasn't sure if she should. What's wrong, Elder Sun? Yuan asked. After a moment of silence, Elder Sun spoke with a resolute face. Want to become my disciple? Yuan's eyes widened with genuine surprise. You want me to be your disciple? Are you serious? Elder Sun frowned and asked, Why are you so surprised? You're acting like I'm not supposed to have a disciple. I may have been working as a protector in the hunting grounds, but I am still a sect elder with plenty of qualifications to be a master. Yuan shook his head, I don't question your qualifications. Then why are you surprised? Just cause. Elder Sun sighed, so, do you accept or not? I know you've refused many sect elders before, so I won't be surprised if you refuse me as well. Yuan smiled and said, No, I accept your offer. He proceeded to bow to her, this disciple greets master. I don't care much about such formalities. You can just call me Senior Sunday. Yes, Senior Sunday. Elder Sun retrieved a medallion and handed it to Yuan, saying, This is proof that you're my disciple. Try not to lose it since I only have one. Although Elder Sun never intended to accept a disciple, every sect elder was required to have at least one medallion. How many contribution points do you have right now? Since you'd spent 2 years in confinement, I doubt you have much. I'll give you 5 points. Actually, I have 25 contribution points, and I am already planning on taking the next inner court examination. The inner court examination already? But you're only, Elder Sons raised her eyebrows. The inner court examination already? But you're only, Elder Sons raised her eyebrows. Then she realized Yuan was already at the 3rd level of Spirit Master. Heavens! He was only a spirit apprentice not long ago. And had even spent 2 years in confinement. What monstrous talents! She cried inwardly. The next inner court examination is in 3 weeks. Let me give you some tips. It's fine, Elder Sunday. Just sit back and relax. I know what to expect, Yuan interrupted her with a confident smile. Are you sure? He nodded. All right. I will contact you before the examination. Erase my communication jade slip. After handing Yuan her jade slip, Elder Sun left the scene. I can't believe he actually accepted. Elder Sun thought to herself as she walked away. Elder Sun had never truly expected Yuan to accept her offer. After all, he had already turned down numerous sect elders, many of whom held far greater prestige and accomplishments than her. In truth, her approach was more of a formality than a genuine attempt. She simply wanted to check it off the list and move on, knowing full well that his answer would likely be the same as before. What should I do? I have never had a disciple before. Now, Elder Sun found herself in an unexpected dilemma. Despite having over 30 years of experience as a sect elder, she had never taken on a disciple before, so she didn't know where to start. While Yuan returned to the hunting grounds to increase his cultivation some more, Elder Sun went to Elder Jing for advice. What? You accepted a disciple? Who? Elder Jing was quite shocked to hear about her situation. Xiaoyang. Disciple Xiaoyang? He was actually willing to become your disciple? Elder Jing exclaimed. She couldn't fathom the reason Yuan picked her over the other sect elders. I'm as surprised as you are since I wasn't expecting him to accept. You have several disciples, so give me some tips. Being a master is quite simple. You pass down your cultivation knowledge and personal techniques, guide them, support them, and correct their mistakes. You basically do this until they surpass you. Elder Jing continued, in your case, you need to help him with the Sect's techniques since I doubt you'll be able to teach him your other techniques. Actually, I am not forbidden from sharing my family's techniques. However, there are a few caveats. Don't tell me it's something along the lines of hell have to join my family, right? Elder Jing raised her eyebrows. Elder Sun became quiet. Seriously? Elder Sun sighed, yes, but not in the way you're probably thinking. Of course not. You already have Tian Yang, after all. Seeing Elder Sun frown, Elder Jing quickly added, jokes aside, are you thinking about teaching him your family's techniques? No, I don't want to burden him with my family matters. He's incredibly talented, even more than those geniuses back in my family. If he joined my family, the others would definitely try to destroy him. I know he's your disciple now, but... Elder Jing shook her head. If you think I am praising him because he's my disciple, wait 3 weeks. 3 weeks? What will happen in 3? Oh, the inner court examination. Wait, but he's only a spirit warrior. That was 2 years ago. He's a spirit master now. Impossible. He was in confinement for 2 years. There's no way he could have cultivated while in confinement. Elder Jing exclaimed. Elder Sun shrugged, I don't know what else to tell you. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed, and it was time for the inner court examination. The day before the examination, Elder Sun contacted Yuan. I'll come pick you up on the day of the examination. Meet me in front of your living quarters, said Elder Sunday. The following day. Good luck, young master. I can't believe you'd actually managed to qualify for the examination before me despite the 2-year gap. Ji Ran sighed after learning that Yuan would be partaking in the inner court examination. Chapter 1893 Inner Court Examination. Chapter 1893 Inner Court Examination. Then I'll see you guys later. Yuan said his goodbyes to the others before following Elder Sun to the Inner Court Examination area, which was held not too far away from the hunting grounds. When they arrived, Yuan noticed there were about 30 other disciples there. Did you think you would be the only one taking the examination? Elder Sun asked. Of course not. Elder Sun then said, regardless of how many disciples participate in the examination, only 5 of you will be able to pass. When the other participants noticed Yuan, their eyes widened with surprise. Hey, look! Isn't that the guy who killed Baijan? It is him. But what's he doing here? He was only a spirit warrior before his 2-year confinement. The disciples were confused by Yuan's presence at the examination, as they couldn't fathom how Yuan had managed to qualify for it. This brat. His cultivation has increased again in the past 3 weeks. There's no way he's constantly consuming treasures. How is he progressing so fast? Elder Sun was shocked when she realized Yuan's cultivation had reached the 5th level of Spirit Master in just 3 short weeks. Forget about him. Look at who he came here with. Isn't that Elder Sun? Do you think Shed accepted him as her disciple? The disciples continued to gossip. No way. Elder Sun is famous within the sect for being the only sect elder who has not had a single disciple since she joined the sect. My master always talks about it. Seriously? Why did she even come to the sect? Who knows? The conversations quickly shifted from Yuan to Elder Sun, who had her own reputation within the sect. Yuan knew very well that Elder Sun was known as the incompetent elder by the other sect elders due to her lack of disciples. However, Elder Sun did not let her reputation within the sect get to her and would spend most of her time at the hunting grounds, protecting the disciples there, so she was quite popular with the disciples, especially the male disciples, as she was considered to be one of the prettiest sect elders in the Immortal Monastery. Sometime later, another sect elder arrived and said, I am this year's examiner. There are 78 participants for this year's examination, but only 5 of you will become an inner court disciple today. The rules are simple. You will be required to hunt magical beasts in a specific area. Each magical beast will be graded depending on their strength, with 3 different ranks. From the weakest, we have green, red, and black. You can tell a beast's rank from the color of the ribbon attached to them. A green ribbon is worth 1 point, and a red ribbon is worth 5 points. If you manage to hunt a black ribbon beast, you'll automatically pass the test, but there is only 1 black ribbon beast available. You all have 72 hours to acquire as many points as you can, and by the end of the examination, the 5 disciples with the most points will become inner court disciples. All participants will be provided with a spirit grade weapon of their choosing, and you are forbidden from using anything that wasn't provided to you. This includes medicine, such as recovery pills and strengthening pills. Any questions? When nobody responded, the sect elder handed everyone a weapon of their choosing before announcing, then I will officially begin the examination now. Good luck, everyone. The moment the examination began, every participant, except for Yuan, immediately rushed into the examination area, eager to prove themselves. The area itself was vast, resembling the hunting grounds with its dense forests, rugged terrain, and lurking dangers. What are you waiting for? Elder Sun asked Yuan. Nothing. I'll see you soon. Yuan said before entering the area the next moment. After entering the examination area, Yuan immediately used his divine sense to survey his surroundings. I can see a few Spirit Master level magical beasts between the 3rd and 6th level nearby, but they only have a green ribbon. Yuan encountered his first magical beast with a red ribbon, and it was at the 8th level of Spirit Master. Most of the participants for the examination were far beyond the 1st level of Spirit Master, with many of them between the 7th level and even the peak of Spirit Master. However, even then, most of them only fought beasts weaker than their own cultivation. As for Yuan, he ignored every single magical beast he encountered to find the beast with a black ribbon. Of course, he wasn't the only one who thought of this strategy, as several other disciples wanted to go straight for the black ribbon. After several hours of moving without stopping, Yuan finally encountered the beast with a black ribbon. It was a magical beast with cultivation at the 3rd level of Spirit Grandmaster. However, he was not the first to find it, as there was already someone fighting it. This disciple was at the 1st level of Spirit Grandmaster, and he was struggling against the beast. It was clear that this disciple did not have the capability to defeat it. Seeing this, instead of waiting for the disciple to meet his inevitable defeat, Yuan joined the fight and, with a single devastating strike, decapitated the beast. What? The disciple who was fighting the beast was shocked, to say the least. Of course, he was also angry that someone had the audacity to steal his kill. You bastard. Didn't you see I was already fighting that beast? How dare you steal my kill? Yuan picked up the black ribbon and turned to look at the disciple. Yes, I saw, and it was clear that you wouldn't have defeated it. Instead of cursing at me, you should be thanking me for helping you save time and energy. If you start hunting seriously, you might catch up to the others, Yuan said before turning away. Where do you think you're going with my black ribbon? The disciple quickly stopped him from leaving by blocking his path. Chapter 1894 Passing the Examination. Chapter 1894 Passing the Examination, Your Black Ribbon? Yuan turned to face the disciple with amusement. Why yeah. If I hadn't distracted that magical beast, you wouldn't have been able to defeat it, the disciple blurted out, his voice slightly unsteady. Despite his confident-sounding words, there was no conviction in his tone. It was clear, even to himself, that he didn't truly believe what he was saying. What an amusing thing to say. All right. If you truly think you deserve this black ribbon, come get it from me. Yuan extended the ribbon toward the disciple. Seriously? The disciple asked with a doubtful gaze. Yuan smiled and responded, Of course, I am being serious. However, I won't be giving it to you without a fight. You. The disciple immediately realized what Yuan was trying to do and halted his movements. Yuan continued, There's no rules saying the participants can't steal other participants' ribbons. If you really want this ribbon, come steal it from me. The disciple was speechless. He knew he stood no chance against Yuan, who defeated the magical beast in a single strike. He also knew that Yuan would have been able to do the same thing even if he wasn't distracting it. Without saying another word, the disciple turned around and quickly left the scene. Shortly after the disciple left, instead of leaving himself, Yuan turned toward a certain direction and spoke out loud, This goes for you guys, too. If you think you have what it takes to take the black ribbon from me, I welcome you to try. The participants, who had been hiding and viewing everything from a distance, were shocked when Yuan suddenly called out to them. However, none of them dared to reveal themselves, much less challenge Yuan. Then I'll take my leave. Yuan left the place the next moment, immediately leaving the examination area. Huh? Why are you back already? There's still plenty of time left. Elder Son was puzzled when Yuan returned so soon. Yuan didn't say anything and showed everyone there the black ribbon. He actually hunted a magical beast with a black ribbon this quickly? The last time someone managed to acquire a black ribbon was 70 years ago. The other sect elders muttered to each other, their voices full of surprise. The examiner approached Yuan and said, Congratulations on passing the examination, disciple Xiaoyang. You are an inner court disciple starting from this moment. You can move to the inner court once you find a suitable house. Can I stay in the outer court? Yuan asked. The examiner had never heard of anyone refusing to move to the inner court and was quite baffled by Yuan's question. After snapping out of his daze, he responded, We can't force you to move, so if that's what you want, but are you sure? The spiritual energy inside the inner court is much denser, which will be beneficial to your cultivation. Moreover, it won't be convenient for you when you have to travel to the inner court for whatever reason. Why do you want to stay in the outer court? Are you unwilling to separate from your friends or something? I expect you to visit my place for training often, you know? Elder Son also chimed in. Training, huh? Yuan became silent to ponder. A moment later, he nodded, All right, I'll move to the inner court. Although he initially planned on staying in the outer court for the others, Yuan decided to have more trust in his companions. What am I even worried about? They're powerful and capable enough, and I'm sure they'll enter the inner court soon. Yuan realized he was babysitting the others too much even though they never asked for it, which could be considered as not having enough trust in them. Yuan left the examination area with Elder Sun shortly after. Your new uniforms will be ready in 3 days. In the meantime, you can look for a new home inside the inner court, said Elder Sun as she brought Yuan back to his living quarters. Get some rest for now. Come find me once you've moved into the inner court, and will immediately begin your training. See you later, Elder Sunday. However, instead of leaving, Elder Sun looked at Yuan with a worried face and said, things might get complicated and difficult for you in the inner court, but it'll quickly pass. Yuan smiled and asked, are you referring to what I went through with those inner court disciples before? Elder Sun nodded. Yes, you'll probably be mistaken for Tian Yang again and again. Who is this Tang Yang, anyway? You also mistook me for him during our first meeting. And why does it seem like he has so many enemies? Tian Yang is an inner court disciple who looks exactly like you. I wouldn't be surprised if you were twins. As for having a lot of enemies, well, I can't deny that. While it's not like he goes around picking fights, he never backs down from one, even if it's a simple taunt from another disciple. I see. Do you think you'll be able to meet him? Yuan then asked. He's currently out training for the core disciple examination, but he should be back in a few years. A few years, huh? I cannot wait. Despite saying such words, Yuan had a feeling the two of them would not meet in this world. Elder Sun left shortly after. Congratulations on passing the examination. Shimeli and the others greeted him with smiles the moment they saw him, offering their congratulations without even asking how it went. It was as if his success was a foregone conclusion, something so expected that there was no need for doubt. Their confidence in him was unwavering, and to them, there was never a question of if he would pass, only when. Yuan then revealed to them that he would be moving to the inner court in a few days. I see. Don't worry about us. We'll follow you to the inner court soon. Of course. Yuan nodded with a smile. Chapter 1895 Tian Yang's Existence. Chapter 1895 Tian Yang's Existence. After a day of rest, Yuan entered the inner court with Elder Sun's medallion to look for a new house. Of course, he already had one in mind. Once he found a servant to assist him, Yuan went straight to Tian Yang's living quarters and asked about its availability. The servant retrieved a jade slip and took a moment to look through its content before responding, sorry, but this place is already taken by another disciple. Yuan narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and asked, is this disciple's name Tian Yang? Yes, that is correct. So Tian Yang actually exists in this world, but does he physically exist? Yuan wondered inwardly. From the beginning, he had believed that Tian Yang was merely a fabrication of memories, a figure that only persisted in Elder Sun and the others' recollections, not a real, living person. His reasoning had been simple, the heaven-refining crystal's existence. Tian Yang, according to history, should have been the one to acquire it long before Yuan's arrival at the Immortal Monastery. Yet, it was still in the confinement chamber, allowing Yuan to claim it instead. That contradiction alone had led him to believe that Tian Yang was nothing more than an illusion, an existence that didn't physically exist. Sometime later, Yuan picked a random available building as his new living quarters. After acquiring the keys to his new home, Yuan went to find Elder Sun at her peak, the 21st peak, known as the Immortal Sun Peak. Moreover, the Immortal Sun Peak hovered above the ground like a flying island. You're here already? Are you that eager to start your training? Elder Sun said after seeing him. Yuan silently nodded with an eager smile on his face. Follow me. Once they arrived at the training grounds, Elder Sun spoke, before we begin, I must be completely honest with you. As embarrassing as it sounds, especially after I spoke so highly of my qualifications, you're my first disciple, so I don't really know what to teach you. Of course, it's not like I don't know how to teach you. I just don't know what to teach you. That said, seeing how fast your cultivation is progressing, I probably don't have to teach you about cultivation. What techniques have you learned, and do you have any techniques you want to learn or have difficulty understanding? Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I know a little about the Peerless Immortal technique and a few of the Sect's sword techniques. As for what I want to learn, I don't know. I see. In that case, show me how far you've progressed with the Peerless Immortal technique, as well as the other techniques. Yuan nodded and began demonstrating all of the techniques he knew. Elder Son was left speechless by the end. Give me a moment to think. Elder Son said before falling silent. This little monster has already mastered the second level of the Peerless Immortal technique? Had only joined the sect recently. She cried inwardly, trying to fathom how someone who'd just joined the sect could reach such a high level of understanding for one of their most difficult techniques. It took me almost 10 years to reach that level, and I was considered one of the most talented individuals in my family. As for his other techniques, while they're not as impressive as his Peerless Immortal technique, being just slightly above average, if we consider how he probably spent most of his time studying the Peerless Immortal technique, it's unfathomable how he got the time to learn other techniques. After pondering for many minutes, Elder Son decided to focus on the other techniques Yuan was cultivating to balance out his foundations. Although we won't be focusing on the Peerless Immortal technique, you can still ask me questions about it. The same goes for your cultivation. If you have any trouble, tell me about it. Yes, Elder Son. Yuan nodded with a smile. Yuan had purposefully lowered his skills during the demonstration because he was afraid that Elder Son might quit being his master if she thought there was nothing she could teach him. Although he still intended to complete the trial, Yuan wanted to use this opportunity to spend as much time as he could with Elder Son, something Tian could only dream about. Thus, Yuan began his life in the inner court. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this time, besides going to Elder Son for lectures 3 days a week, Yuan would spend most of his time hunting magical beasts in the hunting grounds, completely ignoring the training areas available within the inner court. These training grounds assisted the disciples in their understanding of certain techniques and cultivation, but they were useless to Yuan, who had already reached the pinnacle understanding of most techniques in the sect. As for improving his cultivation, it was simply more effective to hunt magical beasts and consume their monster cores. With the points Head saved from selling the beasts' materials, Yuan earned enough points to purchase a few more treasures from the point store, further improving his talent and cultivation. Meanwhile, many of the participants in the trial gave up on trying to become first and started focusing on the Immortal Monastery's techniques after realizing they had no chance to catch up to those who had managed to purchase a treasure before they were sold out. Since they knew they wouldn't be able to inherit everything, they decided to memorize and acquire as many techniques from the Immortal Monastery as possible to bring back to their original world. However, many participants still continued to aim for first place. Ran became the second individual to become an inner court disciple, entering the inner court 4 months after Yuan. Mei and the others were still outer court disciples, but they only lacked a contribution point or 2 required to take the examination. It's been a year since you've become an inner court disciple, Xiaoyang. Are you still being mistaken for Tianyang these days? Elder Son suddenly asked. Yuan shook his head and said, ever since I shortened my hair, they stopped messing with me. Elder Son looked at Yuan with his short hair and smiled. Are you sure it's not because you're beating all of them up even at the slightest provocation? You're even more outrageous than Tianyang in this aspect. Chapter 1896 Audience with the Sect Leader. Chapter 1896 Audience with the Sect Leader. Alright, show me your progress with the Peerless Immortal technique, Elder Son said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and showed off his progress, which had reached the 3rd level. To think He'd enter the 3rd level of the technique after just a year of training. As I thought, his talents when it comes to comprehension are monstrous. Elder Son thought to herself. Okay, now show me your other. Elder Son's words abruptly cut off, her voice trailing into silence. Her expression suddenly changed, the light curiosity in her eyes vanishing as a serious and worried look took its place. A sudden, almost palpable tension filled the air. Elder Son's brows furrowed, and her gaze sharpened, as if she had sensed something deeply unsettling. It was not just concern, it was the kind of reaction that only came when something was terribly wrong. Noticing this, Yuan asked her, "What's the matter, elder son?" "Sorry, but let's end our training here. Something else came up." Without explaining further, elder son left the scene in a hurry, leaving Yuan to ponder what caused her to make such an expression. "Don't tell me. Is it because of that?" He wondered, as he had an idea what made elder son leave. After leaving the Immortal Sun Peak, Yuan wandered the inner court to see if any of the disciples were gossiping, and they did not disappoint. "Did you hear? All 9 immortal clans gathered for a meeting for the first time in decades. If the 9 immortal clans suddenly became active, something big will surely happen soon." Hearing this information, Yuan realized the 9 immortal clans were planning on sealing the Desolate continent with the Immortal Ensnaring Vault. This meant that Elder Sun's sudden departure was most likely because the life-saving treasure she had secretly given Tian had been activated, signaling that he was in danger. At this rate, the opening of Han Zexian's tomb will happen in about a year. A few days later, Elder Sun returned. "Sorry for suddenly leaving you like that," she apologized to him. "There's no need to apologize. That said, I'm curious. Did something happen?" Yuan knew it was unlikely Elder Sun would tell him about the situation, but he still asked. To his surprise, Elder Sun said with a deep sigh, "I gave Tian a life-saving treasure before he left the sect, and I sensed its activation. I don't know what he's gotten himself into this time, but he's likely in a life-or-death situation. That doesn't sound good. Are you going to leave the sect to save him?" Elder Sun shook her head. "Unfortunately, I don't know where he is right now. I am only able to sense the activation of the treasure, not where it was activated from." Yuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Have you heard of a place called the Desolate Continent?" "The Desolate Continent? Of course, it's a lawless place. Why did you bring it up?" "Well, to be honest, I heard a few of the disciples talking about Tian visiting that place." "What? Is that true?" Elder Sun's eyes widened with disbelief. Yuan calmly nodded. "That dumb, stupid idiot." Elder Sun stomped the ground angrily, her face full of frustration. "Of all places, why'd he go there? Now that you know where he is, are you going to help him?" Yuan then asked. "That's... Even if I know where he is, I need to ask the sect leader for permission first. If you're going to speak with the sect leader, can you bring me with you? I'd like to speak with him, too." "What? The sect leader isn't someone you can meet just because you want to." "I know, but it won't hurt to ask. After all, I've already spoken to him once before." "Okay, I'll ask him. I will let you know when he responds." Yuan nodded. A week later, Elder Sun revealed the sect leader's response to Yuan. "The sect leader has agreed to speak with you, but he said it'd cost you 1 million points, whatever that means." "1 million points just to speak with him? That's robbery in broad daylight." Yuan cried inwardly after hearing this. "Okay." He nodded. "Then I'll bring you to speak with him in 3 days." 3 days later, Elder Sun and Yuan made their way to the sect leader's quarters. "Wait here while I speak with the sect leader first," Elder Sun said to Yuan before entering the building. Her conversation with the sect leader lasted only for a few minutes. "Did you get the sect leader's permission to leave the sect?" Yuan asked her. "Yes. It's your turn now. I'll wait for you. I'll be back." A few moments later, Yuan entered the sect leader's room. "It's you again." The sect leader frowned upon seeing Yuan's face. Of course, it wasn't because he disliked Yuan. It was just a natural reaction for the sect leader. "What do you want?" "1 million points will only grant you 10 minutes with me." "I have a few questions," Yuan quickly responded. "In that case, it'll cost you an additional 100,000 points for every question." Yuan was left speechless after hearing this, but as much as he wanted to complain, he had no qualifications to do so, as this was not his world or trial. "After paying 1 million points, I have 300,000 points left." 3 questions, huh? Better make them count," he sighed inwardly. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. For my first question, I want to know how I can leave the sect. I want to visit the Desolate continent with Elder Sunday. The sect leader smiled and said, instead of asking if you can leave, you asked for the method, huh? If you wish to leave the Immortal Monastery and start venturing outside, you must pay a one-time fee of 10 million points. Yuan's eyes widened at the astronomical amount. 10 million points just to leave, he was in disbelief. Chapter 1897 The Requirements to Pass the Trial. Chapter 1897 The Requirements to Pass the Trial. I know you can create whatever rules you want, but isn't 10 million points asking for too much? One can get several powerful treasures with that many points. Yuan tried to convince the sect leader to be reasonable. However, the sect leader remained firm on his price and said, 10 million points. I won't accept a single point less. Yuan then said, how about this? I am willing to pay 10 million points, but can I pay you later? I want to follow Elder Sun to the Desolate continent, but I need at least half a year to collect that many points. The sect leader did not immediately respond. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, since I know you're more than capable of collecting that many points, I'm willing to delay your payment for 1 year. However, for every year you fail to pay me, I will add another 10 million points to your debt. If you fail to pay me back within 4 years, I will disqualify you from the trial. What do you think? Yuan immediately nodded, I accept. Very well. Any more questions? Yuan then asked his second question, how do we complete the trial? What is our actual goal? Because right now, it isn't clear what we're actually supposed to do here. In response, the sect leader raised 3 fingers and said, in order to complete the trial, you must achieve 3 things. 1. Accumulate 100 million points. The points you have already spent still count. 2. Become a core disciple. Last but not least, fully master the peerless immortal technique. The first one to achieve these 3 goals will inherit my legacy. Simple enough, right? Yuan could only sigh inwardly at the sheer audacity of these goals. Though they appeared simple and straightforward on the surface, they were anything but. Each would demand an immense amount of time and effort, especially the last one, which might require one's lifetime to accomplish. In order to acquire 100 million points, one would need to spend at least 50 months inside the center region of the hunting grounds while hunting at Yuan's pace, as he would acquire about 2 million points a month if he spent all of his time hunting magical beasts. Becoming a core disciple was no simple feat either. It required not only the accumulation of 1,000 contribution points but also reaching the esteemed realm of spirit enlightenment, a milestone that, for those without the heaven-refining physique, would take decades of relentless cultivation to achieve. Yet, even these arduous requirements paled in comparison to the final trial, which was simply outrageous. In all of history, only a single individual had ever perfected the peerless immortal technique, the founder of the Immortal Monastery himself. Compared to such an impossible feat, the other requirements were mere child's play, like pebbles before a towering mountain. Do you really expect one of us to perfect the peerless immortal technique? Yuan said. If you didn't want anyone to inherit your legacy, you could have just said so. Instead, you're making us chase after a near impossible goal without even telling us about it. If I hadn't spent 100,000 points to ask a question, who knows how long it would have taken us to realize the goal. Instead of taking offense at Yuan's words, the sect leader's lips curled into a wide grin, his gaze unwavering as he spoke with absolute conviction. So what if it takes a long time? Even if it requires millions of years to complete, I will not lower the goals. This is the bare minimum I expect from the one who dares to inherit my legacy. If you lack the patience, then leave. No one is forcing you to partake in this trial. He paused for a moment before adding, besides, time flows much slower in this world. No matter how long you spend here, the outside world will barely notice your absence. How long has passed in the real world? Yuan then asked. I consider that a question, so it'll cost you 100,000 points if you want an answer, the sect leader warned him. I still want to know, Yuan answered without hesitation. The sect leader then responded, although you've spent a few years in this world, only 4 months have passed in your world. Only 4 months? Yuan was quite surprised to learn this information. Alright, your 10 minutes is up. If you want to continue our conversation, come back with another 1,000,000 points, after you return your debt. Before Yuan could even respond, the sect leader waved his sleeves, teleporting Yuan outside. Oh. When did you come out? Yuan's sudden appearance startled Elder Sun a little. Just now. I see. What did you talk to the sect leader about, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind. I basically asked him to let me leave the sect to follow you. What? Why would you want to follow me? I'm not leaving the sect to play. Elder Sun was baffled to hear that Yuan wanted to follow her to the Desolate continent. I am well aware. However, I have always been interested in the Desolate continent, and I saw this as a chance to fulfill my dream of going there. Elder Sun rubbed her eyes and sighed. No, I cannot let you follow me to such a dangerous place. You may be a genius, but you're still only a spirit grandmaster, not to mention your lack of experience in the outside world. It may be dangerous, but I am not worried at all because I know you will protect me, Elder Sun, Yuan said with a beaming smile, leaving her speechless. Just how thick is your skin? Do you even know what the meaning of shame is? Yuan shrugged and said, regardless, I already received the sect leader's permission. If you want bring me with you, you'll just have to go alone. Why you stubborn brat? Why can't you just listen to me, your master, for once? You're just as reckless and stubborn as Tian. No. You're even worse than him. Elder Sun shouted at him, her fists clenched tightly. Chapter 1898 Leaving the Immortal Monastery. Chapter 1898 Leaving the Immortal Monastery. Elder Sun, I am serious. I want to go with you to the Desolate continent. You have no idea how much I sacrificed to get the sect leader's approval, Yuan said with a serious expression on his face. Elder Sun sighed, whatever. You'll go by yourself if I refuse anyway, so I might as well bring you with me. You'll be a little safer that way. Promise me you'll not leave my side for as long as we're there. I promise, Yuan nodded. Come to the Immortal Sun Peak in 3 days. Well, leave then, she said a moment later. After leaving, Yuan went to meet up with the others to let them know about his absence. What? You can leave the sect? Jiran was shocked to learn this. Yes, but ITLL cost you 10 million points. 10 million? That's straight up robbery. She merely exclaimed. Do you think we'll be able to acquire points outside the sect? Otherwise, I cannot justify spending so many points. Lan Yingying asked. I don't know, but we might be able to sell whatever we acquired outside to the stores for points once we get back to the sect, Yuan speculated. How long will you be gone for? Yingzi asked. I don't know, but I have 4 years to repay my debt, so I doubt I'll be out for too long. Yuan then told the others about paying for an audience with the sect leader and their true goal. Although it may seem expensive at first, I think it's worth it, as this may be the only way for us to get any answers. But these requirements. How long do you think ITLL take one to complete them? She merely asked. Jiran responded with a solemn expression, acquiring 100 million points and becoming a core disciple will take a few decades, but to achieve level 9 in the Peerless Immortal technique. I'm not sure if that's even possible. What level did you reach when you were the sect leader? And how long did it take? Yuan asked. I only reached the peak of the 7th level, which took me almost 3 million years to achieve. 3 million years? There's no way I'm willing to spend even a tenth of that much time here. Even if time passes slower in this world, it won't matter since we'd still need to spend that much time in here. She merely exclaimed, her motivation to continue this trial dropping significantly. 3 million years? There's no way I'm willing to spend even a tenth of that much time here. Even if time passes slower in this world, it won't matter since we'd still need to spend that much time in here. She merely exclaimed, her motivation to continue this trial dropping significantly. Looks like this trial is much more complicated and time-consuming than we all thought. What are you going to do now? Are you going to continue? Lan Yingying looked at Yuan. Honestly, I don't think I will complete this trial. I will probably give up sooner or later. Yuan said. Had already thought about giving up before even his conversation with the sect leader was over. This trial was simply too time-consuming. Moreover, the reward for the trial wasn't enticing to Yuan, who already knew most of their techniques and secrets. When will you leave? I'll stay in here until you leave, she merely said. Probably after I return from this little trip, he said. Yuan then looked at Ji Ran and asked him, what about you? Will you stay here? Since time flows differently in here, you can stay here while we leave. That's. Ji Ran couldn't give an immediate answer. He wanted to stay, but he had to follow Yuan. Yuan could guess what he was thinking and said, I don't mind if you stay here. Please give me some time to think about it, Ji Ran eventually said. Yuan nodded. 3 days later, Yuan met with Elder Sun at Immortal Sun Peak. Are you ready to leave? She asked him. Yes, I am ready. Elder Sun swiftly retrieved a flying treasure, and to Yuan's surprise, it took the form of a majestic white lion. Its pristine fur shimmered like polished jade, and roaring flames engulfed its powerful legs, crackling with an otherworldly brilliance. The beast radiated an aura of dominance and grace, exuding an ancient power that seemed to shake the very air around it. This was Yuan's first time seeing Elder Sun's flying treasure, and it looked even more realistic than the one Kulis had. That looks expensive, Yuan said out loud. What flying treasure isn't expensive? Yuan smiled and said, more than what a sect elder should be able to afford. Now that I think about it, I know nothing of your background, Elder Sunday. Elder Sun sighed and said, stop being a busybody and get on it, or I will leave you behind. Elder Sun leaped onto the back of the majestic flying treasure, treating it as effortlessly as one would a common steed. Without hesitation, Yuan followed suit, landing just behind her. Before he could utter a single word, the white lion let out a low, rumbling growl, and in the blink of an eye, it ascended into the sky. Flames flickered from its legs as it propelled itself upward, piercing through the clouds with breathtaking speed. The world below blurred into insignificance, swallowed by the vast expanse of the heavens. Yuan gazed at the endless sky stretching before them and asked, how long do you think it'll take to reach the desolate continent? Despite their extreme speed, he felt only a gentle breeze brushing against his face. We should arrive in a week, she calmly replied. A week? That's too fast. Yuan cried inwardly. Since we have some time, why don't you tell me a little about yourself? When you asked me about my background, I realized that I also didn't know anything about you, Elder Sun said, being a busybody herself. Yuan smiled and said, I came from a place called Earth. Earth? I've never heard of this place before. It's a small and insignificant place, so I'm not surprised. Why did you join the Immortal Monastery? The same reason why most people do, to change my life. Elder Sun continued to question Yuan for the next several hours. Chapter 1899 Visiting the Desolate Continent. Chapter 1899 Visiting the Desolate Continent. Elder Sun, it's unfair that I'm the only one answering your questions. Let me ask you a few questions, as well, Yuan eventually said. Elder Sun narrowed her eyes, clearly hesitant to have her background questioned. Since he is my first disciple. A moment later, she nodded, all right, you can ask me a few questions. However, you can't ask anything too personal. Then I will ask you questions that you've already asked me. Yuan then asked, why did you join the Immortal Monastery? Elder Sun pondered for a bit before responding, I joined the Immortal Monastery to escape my family. While it's not like I am running away from home, I just wanted to be away from them. The atmosphere is too suffocating for my taste. I see, then how long have you been at the Immortal Monastery? Did you start as a disciple? Knowing she most likely wouldn't answer, Yuan avoided asking about Elder Sun's family situation. I think I've been working at the Immortal Monastery for about half a century now. I was already qualified as a sect elder, so I went straight for that position. Half a century? How old are you? You should never ask a young lady their age. Elder Sun sneered. Right, then where are you from? Elder Sun hesitated at this question, but she eventually answered, the Holy Continent. What? The Holy Continent? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. During the primordial era, there existed a revered land known as the Holy Continent, and it possessed the highest density of spiritual energy in all of the divine heaven. The very air shimmered with qi, and the land pulsed with boundless vitality, making it the ultimate haven for cultivation. Such a paradise inevitably drew countless cultivators. However, entry was not a privilege granted to all. Only those from the most prestigious and powerful backgrounds, such as the 9 immortal clans, were permitted to set foot within its sacred grounds. To the rest of the world, the Holy Continent remained a distant dream, an untouchable utopia reserved for the chosen few. You must come from an extremely powerful family. Yuan mumbled. Don't tell me, you're from the 9 immortal clans? He swallowed nervously. Elder Sun raised an eyebrow and said, No, I am not from the 9 immortal clans. Do you have any grievances with them? It's subtle, but I can sense it in your tone. Something like that, I guess. This should be common sense, but you shouldn't mess with the 9 immortal clans. While they are influential, that's not the main reason. The 9 immortal clans are a vengeful bunch. Nothing good comes from messing with them. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, my issue with the 9 immortal clans was resolved long ago. Yuan continued to ask Elder Sun questions. Since he had yet to fully regain Tian Yang's memories, he didn't have much information on her. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and they arrived at their destination, the Desolate Continent. So, do you have any idea on how to find him? Yuan asked Elder Sunday. No. And as much as I want to just wander around, the Desolate Continent is massive. It'd take months if we searched randomly. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. How about we visit the southern stronghold first? Why? Did Tian Yang mention where he was going to the other disciples? Elder Sun asked. No, it's just a guess. Yuan shook his head. However, according to his memories, Tian Yang should currently be in the southern stronghold, accompanying Huang Shaoli in her search for her missing family. All right. Now we just need to find the southern stronghold, Elder Sun nodded. Since this was her first time visiting the Desolate Continent, Elder Sun had no idea where anything was. Fortunately, she came prepared and brought a map with her. The southern stronghold should be in that direction. Yuan pointed in a certain direction. Elder Sun looked at him with raised eyebrows. How do you know? Have you been here before? Yuan shook his head. No, but I have studied a lot about it. After all, I have always wanted to visit this place. Is that so? Elder Sun didn't question him further and controlled the flying treasure to head toward the southern stronghold. Sometime later, Elder Sun landed her flying treasure right outside the southern stronghold's gate, instantly attracting many gazes. After putting away the flying treasure, Elder Sun and Yuan entered the city to look for Tian Yang. A few hours into their search, Elder Sun suddenly spoke to Yuan using voice transmission. We're being followed. Yuan smiled and calmly responded, I'm not surprised. You were essentially asking to be robbed by showing off your flying treasure. Showing off. I did no such thing. If it's out in the open, you're showing off. At least that's how things work within the Desolate Continent. Are you going to kill them? If they try anything funny. A day quickly passed, but they were still unable to find Tian Yang despite Elder Sun using divine sense the entire time. Looks like he isn't in this city, Elder Sun said. Did they already go to the western stronghold? Yuan wondered inwardly. Let's try the western stronghold this time, he suggested a moment later. All right. Without lingering, the two of them quickly made their way to the western stronghold. Not wanting to waste money on the teleportation arrays, Elder Sun continued using her flying treasure. However, the moment they left the city, a decently sized group of over 100 individuals ambushed them, encircling them like a pack of hungry beasts. Their gazes burned with ill intent, their weapons gleaming under the light. The air grew heavy with murderous intent as one of them shouted, "If you want to live, hand over all of your treasures." Yuan silently looked at Elder Sun and wondered how she was going to react. "What the hell is that?" the group muttered in unison, their voices tinged with confusion and unease as they lifted their heads to stare at the hovering golden wheel. Before they could even begin to comprehend its powers, the wheel began spinning, its speed blurring its intricate engravings into streaks of light. Then, as if ignited by an unseen force, it erupted into golden flames, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made the air itself tremble. A moment later, without warning, a golden firestorm descended upon the bandits like the wrath of a celestial deity. Screams barely had time to form before they were silenced, their bodies consumed in an instant, reduced to nothing but ashes. Chapter 1900 Searching for Tian Yang. Chapter 1900 Searching for Tian Yang. Yuan and the other onlookers stared at Elder Sun with wide eyes. What a powerful treasure. Isn't she the one with the lion-flying treasure? You must be incredibly stupid to try and rob someone as rich as that. The onlookers shook their heads at the bandits, mocking them in silence. Elder Sun didn't waste a second and retrieved her flying treasure after killing the bandits. "Let's go," she said as she stowed away the golden wheel. Yuan nodded and silently jumped onto the flying treasure. As they sped toward the western stronghold, Yuan thought to himself, that was an Empyrean-grade treasure. To possess such a powerful treasure in this era, her background might rival the 9 immortal clans. Even if the 9 immortal clans had Empyrean-grade treasures, they would only be reserved for the head of the family, so Elder Sun's position was akin to that. There were very few backgrounds during the primordial era that could rival the 9 immortal clans, and only one of them had the surname Sun. Don't tell me she's from that family. Yuan swallowed nervously. A few hours later, they arrived at the western stronghold. This time, Elder Sun descended a few miles away from the city to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon entering the city, they immediately began their search for Tian Yang. In the middle of their search, Yuan suddenly noticed a specific individual. "Elder Sun, can you give me a moment? There's something I must do," Yuan said to her. "Will this thing take long?" she asked. "No, it'll be over before you know it. Hurry it up." "Okay." Elder Sun then watched as Yuan withdrew his weapon and activated the Peerless Immortal technique. Wait, what are you?" Without sparing Elder Sun a glance, Yuan moved with terrifying swiftness, his focus locked onto the individual who had caught his attention. This man was a spirit lord, an entire cultivation realm above Yuan. Yet, as if the vast gap in their cultivation was meaningless, Yuan struck without hesitation. In an instant, the spirit lord's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, his existence erased before he could even register his own demise. The suddenness of the kill rippled through the bustling street, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Yet, rather than panic or outrage, the crowd barely reacted. A few curious glances were cast in Yuan's direction, but indifference quickly settled in. After all, in the desolate continent, such incidents were nothing out of the ordinary. Murder in broad daylight was a daily occurrence, and the strong asserted their will without consequence. Life was cheap, and death was merely a spectacle to those who had long grown numb to its presence. Yet, despite the crowd's indifference, Elder Sun stood frozen, her mind racing. Shock and confusion flickered across her face as she tried to fathom why Yuan had killed that spirit lord, but nothing came to mind. After killing the spirit lord, Yuan returned to Elder Sun's side and acted as if he had done nothing wrong. "Why did you kill him?" she asked him with a deep frown, preparing to scold him if he didn't have a good reason for his actions. That man belonged to an infamous and ruthless group of bandits called the Gold and Money Bandits, Yuan stated, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he had merely swatted away an insect. "Their existence is akin to pests, so I exterminated him on the spot." His words were calm, yet the chilling finality in his tone sent a shiver through Elder Sunday. "Isn't that even more reckless?" Elder Sun sighed, rubbing her temples as if trying to ease the headache Yuan had just given her. "So, are you going to start killing every criminal you come across now?" Her voice carried both exasperation and concern. Yes, but only those from the gold and money bandits, and only the ones I can kill, Yuan calmly said. What if someone you cannot handle comes after you? Then I will kindly ask for your assistance, elder son, he smiled, leaving her speechless. Unbelievable, how can you even tell who belongs to what? It's not as if you memorized every face from their bandit group. I may not know every face, but I knew enough of them. Elder son could see it clearly, Yuan's hatred for the gold and money bandits ran deep. His actions weren't just driven by a sense of justice or convenience, there was something personal behind his decisiveness. Yet, despite her curiosity, she chose to hold her tongue. Some wounds were best left undisturbed. Pressing him for details might only stir painful memories or provoke emotions that could cloud his judgment. For now, she simply sighed and let the matter rest. If Yuan wished to speak of it, he would do so on his own terms. Since he's not killing random innocent people, I guess I can overlook this. We're in the Desolate continent, anyway, elder son thought to herself as they continued their search for Tian. However, even after looking through the entire western stronghold, Tian was nowhere to be found. Tian should definitely be in the western stronghold right now. If he's not here, then he might not physically exist in this world. Yuan thought to himself, slowly coming to terms with this reality. Alright, let's check the other cities now, elder son said. Yuan silently nodded. What a waste of time, he sighed inwardly. However, just as they approached the city gates, Yuan's steps faltered. His gaze locked onto a group of individuals making their way into the city, and in that instant, his entire being froze. The faces of these individuals, he recognized them. Huang Shaoli, he muttered as he stared at her beautiful face. However, what truly shocked Yuan wasn't just her presence, it was the individual standing beside her. Tian was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the ones accompanying Huang Shaoli were her own family, people who, according to history, should not be alive. Yuan's mind raced. He vividly recalled the fate that was supposed to befall them, their deaths on their journey to the Desolate continent. Yet here they were, standing before him, very much alive. What is going on here? Chapter 1901 Triggered Memories. Chapter 1901 Triggered Memories. Huang Shaoli? What is she doing here? No, more importantly, why is her family alive? Yuan stared at Huang Shaoli as she chatted with her family, a bright smile on her face. Xiaoyang? What's the matter? Why did you suddenly stop moving? Do you see a bandit again? Elder son asked when she noticed his weird behavior. Please give me a moment. Without elaborating further, Yuan left elder son's side and approached Huang Shaoli and her family. Huang Shaoli and her family stopped when he suddenly stood in their path. How can we help you? Huang Shaoli's father, Huang Qin, stepped forward and asked. Yuan swallowed nervously and spoke, You don't recognize me? He turned to look at Huang Shaoli, who also wore a puzzled expression on her face, almost as if this was their first time meeting each other. Did Tian never meet them in this world? Yuan pondered this possibility. Maybe they don't recognize me because of my short hair. Yuan looked behind him to see elder son staring at him. What will happen if I reveal myself as Tian here? Suddenly, Huang Shaoli's body trembled, and her expression changed. Tian, she muttered in a low voice. Yuan's eyes widened as he snapped to look at Huang Shaoli, who appeared to be confused by something. Huang Shaoli held her head, wincing as if experiencing a headache. She staggered slightly, struggling to steady herself. Shaoli? What's wrong? Her family's voices rose in alarm, their expressions tightening with concern. Huang Shaoli didn't answer. A moment later, she slowly turned to face them, her eyes wide with horror. What? Father? Mother? Brother? Her voice trembled. Why are you here? I thought you were dead. These memories, what is happening to me? A sharp pain seized her, and she collapsed to her knees, a piercing scream escaping her lips. At the same moment, her family members also stiffened, their eyes clouding over. At first, they merely looked dazed, but within seconds, confusion twisted their faces, mirroring her torment. What's going on? I swear we were trying to escape that sea demon when it... Huang Chen exclaimed. What the hell is going on? Yuan could only stand there and watch with a dumbfounded look on his face. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a faint vibration that quickly intensified into a violent quake. The very air seemed to shudder as deep fissures split across the earth. Above, the sky itself began to crack, jagged lines spreading like shattered glass, as if the fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. What is happening? Elder Sun rushed to his side and asked while the other onlookers went into a frenzy. I don't. In the midst of Yuan's speech, his words faltered as an unsettling silence fell over the world. The once present sounds vanished in an instant, leaving only an eerie stillness. Even more unnerving, everyone around him stood frozen in place, motionless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This is... Yuan recognized this phenomenon, as had experienced something similar 3 years ago. Sure enough, a moment later, the sect leader of the Immortal Monastery appeared before him like a ghost with a deep frown on his face. It's you again. What the hell did you do to mess with my world like this? The sect leader questioned him in anger. After snapping out of his daze, Yuan said, I don't know. They started freaking out when they saw me, and then the world started shaking. The sect leader turned to look at Huang Shaoli and her family before approaching them. He placed a finger on their forehead and began reading their memories. I see what happened here, he mumbled a moment later. What happened? Yuan asked. The sect leader pointed at him and angrily responded, Your face, that's what happened. My face? What are you talking about? Yuan pretended to be ignorant. The sect leader scratched his head in annoyance and said, There's too much to explain. I don't feel like telling you. Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, Then answer this question. Is this world just an illusion of the past, or is this a real world? The sect leader also narrowed his eyes and responded, That question will cost you 1,000,000 points. Put it on my tab, Yuan answered without delay. The sect leader looked around them and, after a moment of silence, spoke, This is a real world. The people here are also real. I know I brought this up myself, but how is that even possible? This is all I am willing to answer for now. If you want to know more, ask me again once you become a core disciple and earn more points. I will rewind this world's time by 1 minute, to before you met them. This time, stay away from them, unless you wish to bring ruin upon this world and everyone within it. With those ominous words, the sect leader raised his hands, tracing intricate gestures in the air. A strange force rippled through reality, and, just as he had declared, the world responded. The flow of time reversed. People who had been frozen in place now moved once more, but instead of moving forward, they were going backward, as if the world itself was being rewritten. I will not warn you again. If you trigger their memories again, I won't hesitate to toss you out of this world myself, said the sect leader before unpausing the time and disappearing at the same time. Xiaoyang? What's the matter? Why did you suddenly stop moving? Do you see a bandit again? Elder Sun repeated what she said a minute ago. Yuan didn't respond and stood there in silence to digest what had just happened. A few moments later, he spoke in a low voice, Sorry, it's nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew. Is that so? Then let's get going. Yuan nodded and followed her outside the city, passing Huang Shaoli and her family without even glancing at them, treating them as if they were strangers. Chapter 1902 A Real World. Chapter 1902 A Real World. Shit, what the hell is happening? This world is actually real, and so are the people in it? If triggering Huang Shaoli's memories of Tian Yang caused that world-ending phenomenon, why are Elder Sun and the other disciples fine? Yuan pondered as he rode on the flying treasure with Elder Sunday. Although the sect leader didn't go into details, had actually revealed a lot through his speech, most of them being subtle hints. At first, neither Huang Shaoli nor her family recognized me, and it didn't seem like they were pretending either. However, shortly after seeing me, they regained their memories of me. From this, I can assume that the people of this world don't know Tian until they meet him, which triggers memories of him. This begs the question, why is this happening? Why did they not have memories of Tian until they saw me? Are there memories of Tian being suppressed? For what reason? You know. Elder Sun suddenly started speaking, snapping Yuan out of his thoughts. I noticed who you were staring at, and I recognized that young lady. She's from our sect, isn't she? Did something happen between you and her? A lover's quarrel, perhaps? Yuan wasn't too surprised that Elder Sun recognized Huang Shaoli. After all, Huang Shaoli was a talented disciple from a wealthy family, and Elder Sun recognized most disciples in the sect by spending most of her time in the hunting grounds, where most disciples go to train. Really? She's a disciple of our sect? I really didn't know. I looked at her because I thought she was pretty, Yuan calmly responded. She's not bad, but I'm prettier, Elder Sun suddenly said, boasting about her own appearance. Her conceited response left Yuan speechless for a moment. I never thought you to be that kind of individual, Elder Sun, but are you, by any chance, jealous that your own disciple is looking at another woman? Yuan joked. Elder Sun quickly sneered, who'd be jealous of you? You can look at all the women you want. They arrived at the northern stronghold shortly after, where they continued their search for Tian. Despite being very confident that Tian didn't exist in this world, Yuan decided to keep silent and follow Elder Sun around. After searching through the entire northern stronghold without finding Tian, they moved on to the eastern stronghold. Looks like only the central stronghold is left, Elder Sun sighed as they left the eastern stronghold empty-handed. What if Tian isn't actually in the Desolate continent? Yuan suddenly brought this time. Then we've wasted our time here, and will immediately return to the sect, Elder Sun calmly said. Isn't it a waste to come all the way out here without achieving anything? I don't want this trip to be a waste of time, Yuan said. Then what do you have in mind? Elder Sun asked. Yuan smiled and said, how about I train here a little? Elder Sun frowned and replied, training? At your level? You're just a spirit grandmaster. Meanwhile, the weakest magical beast in the Desolate continent is at the level of Spirit Lord. It's only just one realm of difference. I can handle it. Moreover, you're here with me, Elder Sunday. I'm sure my life won't be in danger with you here. Are you even hearing yourself? Just one realm of difference? If anyone else were here to hear that, they'd be incredibly offended by that statement. Elder Sun shook her head at Yuan. She continued before Yuan could respond, but you're right. Since I am here, you won't be in danger. Alright, I'll let you experience the difference between a spirit grandmaster and a spirit lord, since that will be the quickest way to make you give up. Thank you, Elder Sunday. A few days later, Elder Sun left the central stronghold with a disappointed look on her face. I guess Tian isn't in the Desolate continent. While there's a chance he might be here, outside the strongholds, it'd be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. We don't have the time for that. Elder Sun then brought Yuan back to the southern stronghold, where the magical beasts are between the level of Spirit Lord and Spirit King. After looking around, Elder Sun found a first-level Spirit Lord magical beast and allowed Yuan to fight it. He'll probably give up after he realizes the difference between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Lord, Elder Sun thought to herself as she watched Yuan approach the magical beast. While Elder Sun was confident in Yuan's talents, she didn't believe Yuan could fight magical beasts an entire realm above his cultivation. No matter how talented he is, before Elder Sun could even finish her sentence, Yuan had defeated the magical beast in a single strike. Elder Sun's eyes widened with shock, and her jaw dropped to the ground. Heavens! He killed a Spirit Lord magical beast just like that? He even went for its weak spot. How did he even know its weak spot? Has he fought that type of magical beast before? After killing the magical beast, Yuan tossed its corpse inside his spatial ring. Let's immediately go to the next one, Elder Sun. Yuan returned to her side, acting like he'd only accomplished something ordinary. I spent 10 million points to come here. I am not going back until I completely fill my spatial rings with points. Yuan thought to himself. Oh, okay. Elder Sun nodded in a dazed manner. Over the next several days, Yuan constantly hunted magical beasts between the 1st and 4th levels of Spirit Lord. Are you satisfied yet? Elder Sun asked him. Of course not. We're just getting started. I want to be able to hunt Spirit Kings by the end of the month, he declared. Wah! Spirit King? That's impossible. In response, Yuan retrieved a monster core head collected during the hunt and swallowed it right in front of Elder Sun's face, bewildering her greatly. What the fuck are you doing, you crazy bastard? She cried out loud. Chapter 1903 Black Sky. Chapter 1903 Black Sky. What the fuck are you doing, you crazy bastard? When Yuan tossed the monster core into his mouth, Elder Sun reacted instinctively. In a flash, her hand shot out, seizing him by the throat with a firm grip. With her other hand, she forced her fingers into his mouth, desperately trying to retrieve the monster core before it could be swallowed. Yuan was taken aback when Elder Sun suddenly shoved her fingers into his mouth, but it was already too late. The monster core had long since melted and been absorbed. All she managed to do was wiggle her slender fingers around awkwardly, accomplishing nothing but an increasingly uncomfortable situation for both of them. Damn it. Where's the monster core? Don't tell me you swallowed it already. Hurry up and spit it back out before you die a violent death. Elder Sun eventually released Yuan, her fingers soaked in his saliva afterward. Please calm down, Elder Sunday'll be fine, Yuan said after taking a deep breath. Fine. You just swallowed a monster core directly. Nobody can be fine after that. Yuan calmly smiled and said, I have a unique physique that allows me to consume monster cores safely. Take a look at my cultivation again. When Elder Sun looked at Yuan's cultivation, she was shocked to find that it had risen by a level. What in heaven's name? Elder Sun swallowed nervously, having trouble believing her eyes. Then she recalled his heaven-defying cultivation speed. Is this how you've managed to increase your cultivation so quickly? It finally makes sense. Here, let me do it again in case you're still having doubts, Yuan spoke as he tossed another monster core into his mouth. Elder Sun's heart jumped, despite knowing that he would be fine. Okay, I get it. Stop doing it in front of me. It's bad for the heart, she sighed. After consuming all of the monster cores had collected, Yuan entered the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. Still don't think you'll be able to hunt Spirit Kings by the end of the month? Yuan asked her with a cheeky smile. Elder Sun was speechless. Yuan continued hunting magical beasts shortly after. A few more days later, Yuan reached the 2nd level of Spirit Lord. Even though your cultivation is increasing rapidly, it's not good to increase your cultivation too much in a short time, especially when you've not grasped the essence of that level. It will affect your foundation and future advancements. There's a reason why people don't consume too many treasures at once even when they can, Elder Sun lectured him. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I know my limit. Despite saying that, Yuan wondered if his cultivation would still be limited to Spirit King until he upgraded it. Since the physique is already limited, there's a good chance I won't even make it to Spirit King. If that's the case, I probably won't be able to upgrade it even if I know the method. Yuan thought inwardly. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of the month, and just as Yuan had declared, had started hunting magical beasts at the level of Spirit King. Once he began hunting Spirit King magical beasts, his cultivation started to increase faster, and just a week later, had reached the peak of Spirit Lord. I'm just a step away from Spirit King. Let's see if he'll be able to enter Spirit King with this weakened physique. Yuan wondered as he consumed the monster core in his grasp. A moment later, his cultivation entered the 1st level of Spirit King without any issue. You really managed to go from Spirit Grandmaster to Spirit King in just a month. Is there even a limit to your physique? Elder Sun suddenly asked. Yes, there are limits to my physique. For example, I can't consume anything that's far beyond my level. I probably won't be able to break through Spirit King until I evolve my physique either. Elder Sun looked at him with raised eyebrows. How can you tell? You speak as if you've reached the peak of Spirit King before. Just a feeling, I guess. Yuan responded as he looked at the sky. Any particular reason as to why you're looking at the sky? You've been doing it constantly recently, Elder Sun asked in a puzzled tone. No, but I have a bad feeling something is going to happen soon. What are you? A prophesier? Just as Elder Sun finished her sentence, a massive black wall burst forth from the very edge of the continent, rising like a massive tide. It expanded rapidly, stretching across the horizon until it completely engulfed the desolate continent, sealing it within an ominous shroud. What the hell? Elder Sun looked at the darkened sky with a bewildered look on her face. So it's finally here, the immortal ensnaring vault. Yuan sighed inwardly. That's the immortal ensnaring vault. To Yuan's surprise, Elder Sun recognized the barrier that sealed the entire continent. Are the 9 immortal clans on the desolate continent? But why is it being deployed here? She muttered. Immortal ensnaring vault? What's that? You know about that black veil covering the sky? Yuan asked her. She nodded. It's a treasure owned by the Immortal Spring clan. Once activated, it will trap everything inside, even immortals. So we're trapped. For how long? Who knows? It can be kept activated for as long as the Immortal Spring clan can keep supplying it with spiritual energy, but it won't be cheap. If they poured all of their resources into it, they can probably keep it active for several years. What? So we can be trapped in here for several years? Yuan exclaimed, acting like he didn't know it'd be deactivated in half a year. Not at all. I'm just saying it's possible. Whatever their reason for activating it is, I doubt the 9 immortal clans will need too long to accomplish their goal. Also, I have a way to leave, so you don't have to worry about being trapped for too long, Elder Sun spoke with confidence, leaving Yuan speechless. She knows too much about the 9 immortal clans to not be affiliated with them. Just what is her background? Yuan wondered. Chapter 1904 Leaving the Desolate Continent. Chapter 1904 Leaving the Desolate Continent. How long do you plan on training here? Elder Sun asked Yuan when he continued shortly after the Immortal Ensnaring Vault was activated. Since we can't leave, I will train until the Immortal Ensnaring Vault is deactivated. I'm sure the sect leader won't punish us for returning late, as we have no control over our situation. Elder Sun nodded and said, all right, but if the Immortal Ensnaring Vault isn't gone by the end of the year, they'll take us out of here, even if it might inconvenience the 9 immortal clans. Thus, Yuan continued his training in the desolate continent. A few weeks later, Elder Sun suddenly asked him, I've been wondering, but why are you storing all of the magical beasts? To sell them. For money? Are you in need of money? Elder Sun asked, misunderstanding his intentions. It's not money, but it's something like that. I don't understand. Elder Sun shook her head, but she didn't try to question any further. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by since the Immortal Ensnaring Vault's activation. Yuan had reached the peak of Spirit King, and he was only 1 monster core away from the next realm. Once he acquired the monster core, Yuan wasted no time consuming it. Although he didn't expect any results, he still wanted to confirm it. However, to his surprise, the limit that had prevented him from breaking through the peak of Spirit King before evolving his physique was not present, and had entered the first level of Spirit Emperor without any issues. What the hell? I don't need to evolve my physique to increase my cultivation? Yuan was quite surprised by the results. However, if he thought about it, while it may seem like a good thing that he didn't need to evolve his physique, it was actually a bad thing. After all, if the physique was weaker than the original, then there was a good chance it didn't have the capability to evolve at all. Heavens, you're already a Spirit Emperor? It's only been 3 months since you reached Spirit Lord. At this rate, you'll return to the sect as a Spirit Sovereign. Only core disciples who have been at the sect for over 100 years have reached that level. I guess I'll take the core disciple examination as soon as I return. Oh, right. I still need contribution points. What's the fastest way to earn 1,000 contribution points? Yuan asked her. The fastest way? Ask the sect leader for the points, she jokingly said. However, this gave Yuan an idea. What if I can purchase contribution points with points? What's a realistic option? Yuan asked, just in case he couldn't purchase them. There is none. Assist sect elders and participate in as many events as you can. I see. Time continued to pass, and before Yuan realized it, it'd been half a year since the Immortal Ensnaring Vault had trapped them inside the Desolate continent. Yet, the Immortal Ensnaring Vault remained active. What is going on? Why is the Immortal Ensnaring Vault still active? It should have been deactivated by now. Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the black barrier in the sky. He gave it a few more weeks just in case he remembered wrong. It's still active. He mumbled. This was the second time the timeline had strayed from the one he knew. He couldn't fathom why the Immortal Ensnaring Vault was still active. Could this be a different timeline? If that were the case, why do the people here have memories of my timeline's Tian? Suddenly, Yuan noticed a drastic change in Elder Sun's expression, looking like she'd just eaten a fly. Elder Sun? What happened? Yuan asked her. She sighed. Nothing. I just had an argument with Tian. What? Yuan's eyes widened at her puzzling response. She just had an argument with me? How's that possible? Elder Sun had been by his side this entire time, and there was no way he would have missed her interacting with Tian, even if he was focused on training. What did Tian say? Yuan decided to dig deeper. ID secretly placed a life-saving treasure on him without telling him. He didn't give too much information, but someone he was close to died, and it seems like he's blaming me for it. Yuan was speechless. That conversation sounded like what had occurred right outside Han Zexian's tomb, but they'd never gotten close to that place. Wait. What if her memories are progressing as if she's in the original timeline, but in reality, she's living a different timeline, and I am the cause of this phenomenon because I made her remember Tian, who doesn't exist in this world. After pondering a little longer, Yuan found it to make more and more sense. This won't trigger the destruction of this world, right? Yuan swallowed nervously as he recalled what happened when Huang Shaoli recalled memories of the original timeline. The Immortal Ensnaring Vault lasted for another 2 months before finally being deactivated. Looks like the 9 immortal clans are finally done. Are you ready to return to the sect? Elder Sun asked Yuan, who had just finished slaying a magical beast. Yes, I am ready. Yuan thought about visiting Han Zexian's tomb but decided against it in the end since it wouldn't really benefit him, who could purchase treasures at the point store. Sometime later, Yuan and Elder Sun left the Desolate continent on the flying treasure. Once they returned to the Immortal Monastery, Elder Sun dropped Yuan off at his living quarters while she went to speak with the sect leader. Get some rest. You've trained for over half a year with barely any rest. Come see me next week, she said to him before leaving. However, Yuan didn't bother going home and went straight to the point store to sell his loot. Can I sell materials obtained outside the sect for points? Yuan asked the clerk. Of course. Yuan sighed in relief after hearing this and immediately placed all of the spatial rings head filled with magical beasts on the desk. I'd like to sell all of the materials here. I understand. Give me a few minutes to calculate everything. Chapter 1905 The Sect Leader's Hatred. Chapter 1905 The Sect Leader's Hatred. Sometime later, the clerk returned with the spatial rings and said, I can give you 72,283,000 points for all of the materials here. Yuan smiled and nodded, sold. The results were much better than Head anticipated, but considering that Head also hunted Spirit Enlightenment magical beasts, he wasn't too surprised. After selling all of the material Head collected from 8 months of grinding, Yuan could easily repay his debt. However, he didn't immediately visit the sect leader and ask the clerk, can I purchase contribution points for the sect? The clerk nodded and calmly responded, yes, you can purchase 1 contribution point for 1,000 points. Then I will purchase 1,000 contribution points. The transaction has been completed. You now have 1,000 contribution points. Is there anything else you would like to purchase? I would like to purchase an audience with the sect leader. That will cost 1 million points. Done. Give me a moment to contact the sect leader. A few moments later, the clerk said, you may visit the sect leader tomorrow. Yuan left the point store afterward and returned to his living quarters to rest. The following day, Yuan went to the sect leader's headquarters for their meeting. You have returned. Do you wish to repay your debt now? The sect leader asked. Yuan nodded, 11 million points, right? Take it. I have deducted 11 million points. Now, what do you want to talk about? I have a lot of questions. I know, but I'll only answer them if you become a core disciple. Why do I need to be a core disciple for answers? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I don't like you. Is that a good enough of reason? Also, that question isn't free, so I will deduct 100,000 points from you. Yuan's eyebrows twitched, but he remained composed and asked, is it because I look like Tian? What is your relationship with him? According to Elder Son, he's just a disciple of this sect. You're the sect leader. Why do you hate a disciple? The sect leader didn't immediately respond and silently glared at Yuan with narrowed eyes. Eventually, he spoke, since you bear his unpleasant face, I guess I can entertain you. I have also been wanting to talk about this with someone, anyway. He continued, in the original world, Tian was only a disciple at the Immortal Monastery for a short time and never advanced past inner court disciple because he never returned to the sect after leaving for training. He was an insignificant existence at first, but after a series of events that occurred over many years, he caused the destruction of the Immortal Monastery. Yuan's eyes widened after hearing this, and he quickly responded, what? The Immortal Monastery was destroyed? How is that possible? It was still standing before my master. Sect leader Ji Ran entered the Shadow Realm. The sect leader explained, although the Immortal Monastery wasn't completely destroyed, pretty much 90% of the sect was destroyed, and it required hundreds of years of effort before it recovered. However, that's not all. Not only was the sect almost destroyed because of him, I also nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I didn't die, but I lost almost all of my cultivation, which required me to restart from scratch. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this information. He didn't know why the sect leader hated Tian, but if his claims were true, it justified his hatred. The sect leader continued, Tian, that bastard is a calamity who brings misfortune to everyone around him. Hell, he even caused the downfall of many powerful families, including the 9 immortal clans, who were the most powerful and influential families during this era. After hearing this, Yuan asked, is that why Tian doesn't exist in this world? Because you didn't want him to ruin this world again? No, there's another reason for that, but I can't tell you. You'll tell me if I become a core disciple? Even if you become the next sect leader, I won't be able to tell you, unless you want your soul to perish. Yuan narrowed his eyes after hearing this. If I don't want my soul to perish? This sounds like... Yuan had an idea why the sect leader didn't want to tell him, but he decided not to say anything for now. Alright, I'll return again once I become a core disciple. Whatever. Your 10 minutes is nearly up, anyway. Yuan returned home shortly after to ponder about his conversation with the sect leader. If the sect leader couldn't tell me about something because it could destroy my soul, there's a high chance it's related to the outer gods. Perhaps they had something to do with the creation of this world. After all, not even a cultivation god could create a world like this. While cultivation gods had the capability to create their own world, recreating the divine heavens and its peoples with their memories from the primordial era was an entirely different story. If anyone had the capability to create such a world, they'd have to be beyond even cultivation gods. In other words, the outer gods. Yuan thought to himself. If the sect leader is connected to them, I need to be careful around him. This was another reason why Yuan didn't want to carelessly mention the outer gods. After spending an entire day pondering his next steps, Yuan left home to visit his group. It's almost been a year since I left. I wonder how they're doing. When Yuan arrived at Lan Yingying's living quarters, he quickly realized that she no longer lived there. I guess she's managed to become an inner court disciple while I was away, he mumbled. He went to check on the others, and sure enough, everyone from his group was no longer inside the outer court, suggesting they'd all moved to the inner court. Realizing this, Yuan left the outer court and returned to the inner court to find Ji Ran. Chapter 1906 Core Disciple Examination. Chapter 1906 Core Disciple Examination. Shortly after arriving at Ji Ran's living quarters, Yuan quickly realized that he wasn't home. Instead of blindly wandering around to look for the others, Yuan asked a servant for the location of their living quarters. However, even after checking all of them, none of them were available. They must be quite busy after becoming inner court disciples. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to just take the core disciple examination and get it out of the way. Unlike the inner court examination, which follows a fixed schedule, the core disciple examination can be taken at any time, provided the candidate meets the necessary qualifications. After arriving at the location where one goes to request for the examination, Yuan approached the sect elder working there and said, "I would like to take the core disciple examination." The sect elder looked at Yuan and said, "You will need to be at least a spirit lord, as well as have 1,000 contribution points." Yuan revealed his cultivation to the sect elder, whose eyes widened with surprise. First level of spirit enlightenment. And you're just attempting the core disciple examination? Pretty much. What's your name? Xiaoyang. The sect elder looked through the disciple records, and his surprise became shock when he realized that Yuan had only been in the sect for a few years. Heavens! You've reached spirit enlightenment in less than a decade? What monstrous talents! Do you have a master yet? Yuan nodded and said, "My master is Elder Sunday." What? The incompetent elder? I know she's pretty, but you should really consider switching masters. Not wanting to drag on the conversation, Yuan nodded, "I'll consider it." Now, about the core disciple examination. The sect elder retrieved a medallion and said, "Head to the 77th Immortal Peak for the examination. If you do not take the examination within a month of accepting this medallion, it will be an automatic fail, and you will have to wait a decade to try again." Yuan nodded and accepted the medallion before heading to the 77th Immortal Peak. When he arrived at his destination, Yuan descended before a small hut and knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman answered the door a moment later. "Are you here for the core disciple examination?" Yuan showed her the medallion. Yes. After taking the medallion, she said, "Follow me." Yuan proceeded to follow the sect elder to a massive arena. The sect elder entered the arena and spoke. "The examination will consist of 3 different tests, but you will only need to pass 2 of them to become a core disciple. For the first one, showcase your understanding of the Peerless Immortal technique. You'll pass this test if you have reached the 3rd level." Yuan immediately showcased his understanding of the Peerless Immortal technique. After reaching spirit enlightenment, he was able to use it up to the 4th level, but he only showcased the strength of a peak 3rd level. What? It took me 60 years to reach that level. To think a disciple who'd only been at the sect for a few years has reached the peak of 3rd level. The sect elder almost fell on her buttocks after seeing the results. "Why you pass?" said the sect elder as she entered the arena. "You'll spar with me for the 2nd test. I will restrict my cultivation to the 3rd level of spirit enlightenment. You will pass if you manage to defeat me." Although the test sounded simple enough, most disciples failed the 2nd test. Not only was the sect elder much more experienced than the disciples in combat, but their cultivation was always 2 levels higher. Unless one was a cultivation genius, they'd have an incredibly hard time passing the 2nd test. This is also why the examination had 3 different tests. "Allow me to apologize in advance," Yuan said as he readied his sword. "Why are you apologizing?" the sect elder asked, her eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner. "You will find out in a second. Can I begin?" "Whenever you are ready." The second the sect elder said that, Yuan rushed forward and began his relentless assault. What is this pressure? Am I really fighting a disciple? It only took 2 exchanges before the sect elder realized she was not fighting an ordinary disciple and was forced to go all out. However, even when going all out, the sect elder was still being pushed back. In the end, after a short 10-minute fight, the sect elder had to forfeit when the cold steel on Yuan's sword touched her neck. I guess I am a core disciple now, Yuan calmly said as he lowered his sword. Yes. Congratulations. You're probably the fastest disciple to become a core disciple in our sect's history, said the sect elder. This is all thanks to my master's teaching, Yuan smiled. You can move into the center court as soon as you return, but your new outfits will take a few days to be completed. Yuan nodded and left the 77th Immortal Peak with a new medallion, one that proved had become a core disciple. I am a core disciple now, huh? Yuan muttered as he returned home. This was Tian Yang's dream before everything happened in the Desolate continent. As Yuan walked back to his living quarters, he noticed a certain beauty approaching him from a distance. You, Xiaoyang. You're back. It was she Meili. Hey, looks like you've made it to the inner court. Ji Ran learned that we could purchase contribution points, so we all made the move once we met the cultivation requirement, she explained. When did you return? She then asked. Yesterday. So, how was it? Where did you go? And was it worth it? I went to a place called the Desolate Continent. Although it cost me 10 million points, it was worth it since I managed to acquire over 70 million points, despite my 50% deduction penalty. If it weren't for the 5-year 50% point deduction penalty from the tournament, he would have earned over 140 million points from the trip. 70 million points? That's enough to purchase every treasure in the point store. She Meili exclaimed with a shocked face. It's definitely more than I need. If you need anything from the store, let me know. Not really. Although it'd be nice to have more treasure, I am mostly doing this trial for the experience. And now that you're back, do you know when you'll leave? I still have some questions for the sect leader. I'll let you know in about a week. I understand. I'll let the others know. Yuan nodded and returned home, but not for long. He returned to the point store to purchase another audience with the sect leader. The following day, Yuan went to meet with the sect leader. You're back already? What's the rush? Yuan showed the medallion had acquired from the core disciple examination to the sect leader and said, well, I became a core disciple, and there's no reason to idle around when I can ask you questions immediately. Very well. Ask me. Yuan began asking his questions. You said this world is a real world. Can you elaborate? This question will cost you 1 million points, just answer it. I don't care how many points it cost. This world may seem like a replica of the 9 heavens, because it is. A perfect duplicate, to be precise. A duplicated world? How does that work? And why? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1907 Rashira. Chapter 1907 Rashira, it is exactly as it sounds. This duplicated world is an exact replica of the original, from the people to the locations, even down to the timeline. At least, that's how it should have been, the sect leader said, his voice trailing off as he paused. Tian Yang, Yuan spoke. As far as I am aware, he doesn't exist in this world. Elder Sun tried looking for him in the Desolate Continent but to no avail. However, for some reason, her memories progress as if he exists. The sect leader nodded, indeed. Although Tian Yang couldn't be replicated for some reason, the people who had a connection to Tian Yang in the original world were perfectly duplicated, their memories included. However, that memory would only trigger if they are reminded of Tian Yang. Why couldn't Tian Yang be duplicated? He's only a single individual. Honestly, I am not the creator of this world. The one who created it said something along the lines of only being able to duplicate what's not beyond their powers. And since I am not the creator, I also cannot tell you why it was created. Yuan narrowed his eyes and responded after a moment of silence, I already knew you weren't the creator when you told me this was a real world. Even a cultivation god would not be capable of this. I cannot imagine who or what could have such powers. The sect leader smiled and said, I could tell you, but your soul would be extinguished. You told me that before. The only way that could happen is if the information is beyond human comprehension. Oh, the sect leader expressed surprise at Yuan's words. You are quite knowledgeable. Did your master, your real one, tell you that? Not quite. I came from a family that is very familiar with this sort of topic. Why don't you try telling me? I bet my soul won't be destroyed. However, the sect leader shook his head and said, Trust me, it's for your own good. Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke, Is it an outer god? You? The sect leader stood up from shock, his eyes as wide as saucers. You know about the outer god? My family has studied their existence for generations. So this world was created by an outer god, huh? I figured. The sect leader swallowed nervously. He never thought he would find someone who was also aware of the outer gods. How much do you know about the outer gods? He asked Yuan. Honestly? Not a whole lot. Are you willing to exchange information? I have been trying to learn more about them for some time now, said the sect leader. Yuan nodded. Why don't you start by telling me how your connection to the outer god started so I can get a better understanding of the situation? How it started, huh? The sect leader gazed out the window, his eyes distant as he spoke. It was, incredibly random. In fact, the outer god was the one who reached out to me first. I remember being on the brink of death, my final breath slipping away. In those last moments, I found myself longing to relive the early days of the Immortal Monastery. And then, before I even realized what had happened, I was here, in this world, as an overseer of sorts. I have acquired the power to control the time of this world, but my powers are limited. For example, I cannot speed up time, but I can rewind time for a few minutes at most. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Have you spoken to the outer god since coming here? What is their goal? The sect leader shook his head and said, I've only spoken to them once, when I first arrived in this world. They told me about their identity as an outer god, as well as their name, and told me to watch over this world. I haven't heard from them since. How long have you been here? And what was their name? I've only been here for about 50,000 years. The outer god called itself Rashira. Rashira, huh? That's a new name. Yuan thought to himself. So this whole trial thing was your own doing? Not because you were told by the outer god? Yuan then asked. Yes, this is all of my own accord. Why? The sect leader sighed, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Although the people in this world are undeniably real, it doesn't feel real to me. It's as if I'm merely watching a preordained performance, a grand play orchestrated by the universe itself, or so I once believed. But after the events on the Desolate continent, I came to a realization. Some things have changed due to Tian Yang's absence. However, the true extent of these changes remains unknown. Anyway, my reason for opening up this world is simple. I just want to pass down my inheritance to those living in the original world. Although I am not dead, my soul is now bound to this world, so I won't be able to return to the original world. What about the residents of this world? Can they leave? Yuan asked. No, their souls are also bound to this world. Only those who are not originally from this world, like you, can leave. What happens when we leave? Do we just disappear from this world? And can we return once we leave? The sect leader swiftly responded, You can return as long as your body in this world doesn't die. Once you leave, your body will temporarily disappear until you return. So it's similar to cultivation online, but we only have one life in this world. Yuan compared the two worlds. Do you plan on leaving soon? The sect leader suddenly asked. Yes. My progress in the trial won't reset or anything while I am gone, right? Since I have already finished the first two requirements, I only need to master the peerless immortal technique to complete the trial. Don't worry, you will continue where you left off. However, since time flows slower in here, it's better to master the technique here. Anyway, tell me what you know about the outer gods now. You're not leaving until you do so, said the sect leader. Chapter 1908 A Familiar Face. Chapter 1908 A Familiar Face. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know about outer gods. It won't be much, so don't have any high expectations, Yuan said. After taking a deep breath, he continued, I know of 2 other outer gods, but I only know one of their names. Rashira. Of course, Yuan knew Shura's name, but he decided not to reveal it. Rashira? The name is quite similar to the outer god I know, Rashira. Do you think they're related? The sect leader remarked. Yuan shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, while I don't know much, if anything, about Rashira, I do know that they're working with the Celestial Emperor for some reason. The Celestial Emperor, huh? Do you know why they exist? Or how powerful they truly are? Yuan shook his head. It's impossible to tell how powerful they truly are, but they're definitely beyond our comprehension. After all, just learning of their existence could shatter one's soul. That said, they're not invincible and can be defeated. The sect leader raised his eyebrows and said, You sound like you're speaking from experience. Don't tell me you've fought them before? Yuan smiled and said, Who knows? Maybe I have. Jokes aside, do you know how to contact them? The sect leader asked. I do, but am not sure it'll work for your outer god. So you're saying every outer god has their own unique method of communication, huh? I wonder when I'll hear from mine again. Yuan and the sect leader continued their conversation about outer gods for the next hour, with most of it being just speculations on their existence. When do you plan on leaving? The sect leader asked him at the end. I need to talk to Elder Sun first. What will happen to them once I leave? Will they forget about my existence until I return? Yuan asked. Something like that. All right. I'll come see you again when I'm ready to leave. Yuan returned to the inner court afterward. I plan on leaving next week. Yuan revealed his plans to the others, who had been waiting for him to return after she merely contacted them. He also revealed that they could return to this world in the future if they wanted. However, he didn't mention anything about the outer gods, as he wasn't sure they'd be able to handle the information. Ran, have you decided? Like I said, I don't mind if you stay here. Regardless of your decision, I will continue to work on creating your new body in our world. Ran gazed up at the sky and let out a sigh. When I was trapped in the Shadow Realm, I spent most of my time reminiscing about my days in the Immortal Monastery. Now that I'm living in it once again, I find myself wanting to stay here more and more. Young master, Yuan suddenly interrupted, before you give me an answer, I want you to reconsider it without thinking about me. I know you want to repay me for getting you out of the Shadow Realm, but you don't need to always put me ahead of yourself. You're not my servant. Live the way you want. If I don't go back with you, who will help the Lord recover his spiritual energy? Ran asked. That will no longer be necessary since I will be reconnecting the 9 heavens and earth soon, and there's nothing we can do until then since I cannot log out. Relax, it's not like you're leaving for good, unless you plan on staying in this world forever. What? Of course not. Although life here is good, I still plan on rebuilding the Immortal Monastery. Yuan smiled and said, In that case, stay here until I finish creating your new body. After a moment of silence, Ran suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed, Young master, I will stay here to brush up my knowledge and memories of the Immortal Monastery so that there will be no mistakes when I rebuild the sect in the future. Yuan nodded. All right. I'll try my best to finish creating your new body before then. He turned to look at Tan Songyun and asked, What about you? Are you also going to stay here? No, I have experienced enough. I'll leave with you. All right, let's return here in a week. Sometime later, Yuan stepped into the center court. He had never had the chance to explore this place before, and now, as he wandered, he took in the serene atmosphere. The air was thick with spiritual energy, each breath invigorating and refreshing. As he strolled through the tranquil surroundings, his gaze drifted toward the distance, where he noticed two beautiful female disciples engaged in conversation. Both wore the distinctive robes of core disciples, their presence standing out. When Yuan noticed the disciples, they also noticed him, as he was still wearing his inner court outfit. "Hey, inner court disciples are not allowed to be here. Are you lost?" One of them called out Yuan. Yuan didn't respond, too preoccupied with staring at the disciple's face. It was undeniably beautiful, but that wasn't why he was fixated on it. There was something strangely familiar about her features, a nagging sense of recognition that he couldn't quite place. You look familiar." The female disciple suddenly said out loud what Yuan was thinking, and she began approaching him. As the female disciple drew closer, Yuan's eyes widened slightly as a sudden realization struck him. His expression stiffened, and a flicker of surprise flashed through his gaze. In a low voice filled with disbelief, he muttered, "Meng Lili? How do you know my name? Do we know each other?" Yuan wanted to speak with her, but then he remembered the incident with Huang Shaoli. Without explaining or uttering another word, Yuan turned around and flew away as fast as he could. Although Shed matured, that was definitely Meng Lili. But how is she alive? Yuan couldn't fathom how Meng Lili was alive, much less a core disciple, when Shed died as an outer court disciple in the original timeline. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1909 Meng Lili. Chapter 1909 Meng Lili, what the hell? Who was that? The disciple who was with Meng Lili asked shortly after Yuan left. Meng Lili shook her head and said, "I don't know, but he looked familiar, and he appeared to know me, too. He was probably just another admirer." "You're a core disciple, so it's not weird." Meng Lili looked in the direction Yuan had left and mumbled, "An admirer, huh?" Meanwhile, after leaving, Yuan returned to his living quarters to ponder about what had just happened. Meng Lili is still alive in this timeline? So you're telling me that Meng Lili survived because Tian Yang doesn't exist in this world, even though she died before Tian Yang left the bamboo garden? Yuan was beginning to wonder if Tian Yang was truly a calamity who brought misfortune to others, as Huang Shaoli and Meng Lili had survived because Tian Yang didn't exist in this world. In the original timeline, Tian Yang remained unaware of the true culprit behind Meng Lili's death for a long time, only uncovering the truth far later, long after he had already freed Kulis from the Immortal confinement dungeon. And it happened only because he had coincidentally encountered Baijan. So she made it to core disciple, huh? A smile appeared on Yuan's face. The following day, Yuan went to visit Elder's son even though she had told him to visit him next week, as he intended to spend his last few days in this world with her. However, when Yuan arrived at the Immortal Sun Peak, he was met with an unexpected sight. Unlike usual, Elder's son was not alone. Standing beside her, engaged in conversation, was a female disciple dressed in the core disciple's uniform. Though her back was turned to him, obscuring her face, Yuan didn't need to see it to recognize her. It was Meng Lili. Realizing this, Yuan turned around, but before he could leave, Elder's son noticed him and called out to him, "Xiaoyang? What are you doing?" "Xiaoyang?" Meng Lili turned to look at Yuan with interest. You're that disciple from yesterday. Don't tell me you followed me all the way here because you're an admirer of mine." "Admirer? What are you talking about?" "That's my disciple," Elder's son said. "What? You accepted a disciple? When?" Meng Lili exclaimed, her face full of surprise. "Not too long ago, right after you left the sect for your mission," Elder's son said. "Xiaoyang, come greet your senior apprentice sister." "Huh, whatever. If anything happens, the sect leader will take care of it." Yuan sighed inwardly as he approached them. "Hello, senior. My name is Xiaoyang." Yuan greeted Meng Lili a moment later. "Hey, why did you run away yesterday?" Meng Lili wasted no time asking him, almost as if she was worried he might run away again. "I wasn't running away," he quickly denied. "Don't lie. You were definitely running away." Were you afraid of getting in trouble? Why would he be in trouble? Elder Son asked. He was inside the center court, she explained. Yuan shook his head, but instead of explaining with words, he showed the core disciple's medallion to her. What? When did you become a core disciple? Elder Son's eyes widened with surprise. Right after we returned from the Desolate continent, he replied. Unbelievable. Do you even know what it means to rest? You're just like a certain someone I know, Elder Son sighed. Yuan's heart skipped a beat when Elder Son almost mentioned Tian Yang. Is she purposefully not mentioning him by name because of what happened? He wondered. So, what are you doing here? Elder Son then asked. Nothing much. I just wanted to spend some time with you. With me? Elder Son raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yuan silently nodded. You came here not to train but to spend time? I don't remember you being this clingy, she teased. I'm entering seclusion soon, Yuan said. Is that so? How long? He shook his head. I don't know. Then when are you going to enter seclusion? In a week. Meng Lili glanced between Yuan and Elder Son, her gaze shifting back and forth for a brief moment. Then, with a soft smile, she said, I'll leave you two alone. Before Elder Son could say anything, Meng Lili flew away. Who was that, anyway? Yuan asked shortly afterward. Disciple Meng Lili. She's one of Elder Jing's disciples, and she'd recently returned to the sect from a mission. Elder Son gave a brief explanation. This is the first time you're showing interest in another disciple. Don't tell me you're actually an admirer? Elder Son smiled in a teasing manner. Yuan shook his head with a bittersweet smile. It's only because you seem close with her, even though you're a loner. What? A loner? I am most certainly not a loner. Elder Son hastily refuted. Oh yeah? If you're not a loner, how come I never see you with anyone besides Elder Jing and myself? Elder Son was left speechless for a moment before she responded, I hang out with plenty of people. It's just that I only do that when you're not here. Sure thing. Yuan and Elder Son continued going back and forth. After a long conversation, Elder Son said, to tell you the truth, I am considering leaving the sect. What? Why? Yuan's eyes widened after hearing this sudden confession. As you already know, I joined the sect to distance myself from my family. However, it's not as if I severed ties with them completely, Elder Son explained, her tone calm yet laced with an underlying weight. Eventually, I will have to return, and I feel like that time is approaching. So you'll be gone by the time I emerge from my seclusion? She nodded. Possibly. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, if you're not here when I return, I'll go to where you are. Don't. It's too dangerous. Elder Son quickly rejected. How so? Even ignoring the fact that not just anyone can enter the Holy Continent, my family is special. No matter how special they are, I will figure out a way to see you again, Yuan casually said with a calm smile on his handsome face, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 1910 Family Seal. Chapter 1910 Family Seal, is there anything I can say that will change your mind? Elder Son asked, still reluctant to let him visit her family. Yuan smiled. You should know me well enough by now to know the answer to that. Elder Son sighed, even if your life might be endangered? I'm sure you'll protect me. After a moment of silence, Elder Son said, fine, if that's what you want to do. However, you must accept something from me. Oh. A gift from you? Why would I refuse something like that? In that case, take it. Elder Son suddenly flicked his forehead, the motion swift yet oddly gentle. A warmth spread from the point of contact, washing over him like a comforting embrace. Although Yuan couldn't see it, a faint red symbol briefly appeared on his forehead, glowing softly before fading away as if it had never existed. The warmth lingered for a moment before dissipating, leaving behind an inexplicable sensation, as though something had subtly changed within him. What did you do? Yuan asked as he rubbed his forehead. I gave you my family seal. It basically recognizes you as someone approved by me. As long as you have that, my family won't kill you, probably. A family seal? Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking slightly surprised. Isn't that something one gives to someone who joins their family? We're practically married now. What kind of nonsense is that? Elder son sighed out loud. Family seals can be given to people outside the family, but only those from the main family are allowed to do so. Yuan chuckled, is that so? Despite elder son's casual demeanor, the act she had just performed was anything but trivial. Bestowing a family seal was an incredibly significant and meaningful gesture, one that carried deep implications. It was not something given lightly, nor was it an act done on a whim. This was especially true for families with immense influence and reputation. Whether Yuan realized it or not, the family seal symbolized something far greater than mere sentiment. For the next several days, Yuan would spend all of his time on the Immortal Sun Peak with Elder Sunday. They would talk about many things, from their hobbies to their goals in life. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Yuan and his group to leave the Immortal Monastery. I'm going to enter seclusion today, Elder Sunday. If you're not here by the time I come out, they'll definitely come visit you in the Holy Continent. Elder Sun nodded and silently watched as Yuan disappeared from the Immortal Sun Peak. Sometime later, Yuan and the others went to meet with the sect leader. Outside the sect leader's headquarters, Jiran bid them farewell. Good luck out there, everyone. You too. Since time flows much faster in this world, it'll probably be a while for you before we return, Yuan said. Jiran smiled and replied, even if it takes millions of years, it still wouldn't compare to my time inside the Shadow Realm. After saying their goodbyes to Jiran, Yuan and the others went inside the building to meet with the sect leader. Are you all leaving? The sect leader asked. Yes. Very well. Once you leave, you will wake up on an island. To leave, you just need to go outside and enter the portal, said the sect leader. The sect leader snapped his fingers, and a swirling purple portal materialized before them. Without hesitation, Yuan stepped forward, entering the portal first, followed closely by Tan Songyun and the others. The instant they crossed the threshold, their vision went blank. A strange weightlessness overtook them, their senses fading as their consciousness drifted away, much like when a player entered Cultivation online. A few moments later, Yuan's eyes fluttered open. Blinking away the lingering haze, he slowly took in his surroundings. He was lying on a bed inside a modest yet unfamiliar room, the atmosphere calm and still. Instinctively, he inspected his body, running his hands over himself. Sure enough, he was back in his original body. Just as he got out of the bed, a notification appeared before him, something he hadn't seen in years. Seal of the Eternal Sun? Is that Elder Sun's family seal? Yuan mumbled. Seal of the Eternal Sun? When he tried to look up its information, there were only question marks. However, what truly surprised Yuan was that the seal had carried over from the other world. Sometime later, Yuan stepped out of the room and made his way outside. As he exited the building, his gaze was immediately drawn to his surroundings. He found himself standing atop a small floating island, suspended in the vast sky. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying an air of mystique. However, what truly caught his attention was the sheer number of similar floating islands stretching across the horizon, thousands of them, each seemingly housing other participants. Yuan attempted to step off the island, but the moment he did, he was met with an invisible force. A barrier surrounded the entire floating island, preventing him from leaving. He pressed his hand against it, feeling a faint resistance, solid yet intangible. Its purpose was obvious. The barrier was likely there to prevent participants from interfering with one another. Suddenly, Yuan's attention was drawn to movement nearby. The door of the adjacent building opened and a familiar figure stepped out. It was Lan Yingying. Her elegant form emerged into the open, her gaze sweeping across the floating islands before finally landing on Yuan. Lan Yingying waved at him. Her mouth was moving, but Yuan couldn't hear what she was trying to say. Yuan pointed at the portal nearby before entering it, disappearing from the island. Lan Yingying followed suit and entered the portal on her island. After emerging from the other side, Yuan and Lan Yingying found themselves back inside the City of Radiance. Moments later, Tan Songyun and the others also appeared out of thin air beside them. Chapter 1911 Warning, End of Immortal Monastery Arc. Chapter 1911 Warning, End of Immortal Monastery Arc. Looks like everyone is here, Yuan said after Tan Songyun, Shi Meili, and Yingzi returned to the City of Radiance. Young master, you're back. Feng Yuxiang emerged from his dantian a moment later and immediately embraced him. Feng. What happened to you after I entered the Immortal Monastery? Yuan asked her. Well, after you entered the portal, I was forced to slumber. I didn't wake up until just now, she explained. I also just woke up. Where's Ji Ran? I don't see him with you, Yu Ning's voice resounded. Oh, Ji Ran decided to remain in the trial. Although we came out, we haven't completed the trial yet. Of course, he's not going to stay there forever. I will come back here once I create his new physical body, explained Yuan. Is that so? Now then, let's figure out how long we've been inside the trial. If I consider what the sect leader told me, only about a year should have passed since we entered the Immortal Monastery. Yuan extended his divine sense, sweeping across the vast expanse of the City of Radiance in search of any presence. However, to his surprise, the once bustling city was now eerily empty, and not a single soul remained apart from his group. There's nobody here? He muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Before they had entered the Immortal Monastery, the city had been teeming with cultivators, all eagerly searching for hidden treasures or just touring the place. Even if it had become clear that there were no treasures, that wouldn't have been enough to completely deter people from visiting this place, especially in the cultivation world, where people are the most persistent. Yet now, only a year later, the city stood completely abandoned. That didn't make sense. Something had happened. But what? In the midst of his thoughts, Yuan noticed Tan Songyun was staring at her communication jade slip with a dumbfounded look on her face. Did something happen? He asked her out of curiosity. However, Tan Songyun didn't immediately respond and continued staring at her communication jade slip. Clearly, she was still busy with it. While Yuan waited for her, a notification abruptly appeared before him. Celestial Overlord Chang. Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had received such a notification. Since it's related to the Celestial Overlord. Yuan raised his arm and glanced at his faction symbol. A faction symbol was more than just a means of identification, it also functioned as a communication tool, much like a communication jade slip. However, its usage was restricted. Unlike communication jade slips, it could only be used for announcements since the messages are sent to every member, and only the higher-ups of the faction had the authority to send messages. After Yuan had infused some of his spiritual energy into the symbol, it pulsed faintly, and a voice echoed within his mind. This is a warning for all members. The demon worshippers, who have always acted from within the shadows, have recently increased their activity and started revealing themselves, an unusual shift in their behavior. Stay vigilant, and report any information or signs of their presence to the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto immediately. Yuan frowned after hearing the message. Demon worshippers typically thrived in secrecy, operating from the shadows and avoiding unnecessary attention. Their entire existence revolved around manipulation, deception, and silent corruption. However, according to the Celestial Overlord's announcement, they were now behaving in direct opposition to their usual methods, boldly revealing themselves instead of lurking unseen. This was deeply out of character and worrying. Did you also receive a warning from your faction? Tan Songyun's voice suddenly resounded, snapping Yuan out of his thoughts. He looked at her and asked, about the demon worshippers' unusual activities? You also received it? She nodded. Our faction usually doesn't concern itself with matters unrelated to our vengeance. However, when we do pay attention, it's because the situation is so significant that even we can't ignore it. Shi Meili joined their conversation and asked Yuan, I heard of them during your trial on the stairway to heaven, but I am still unfamiliar with their existence. What are they? And what are their goals? Since demon worshippers didn't exist in the ancient dragon city, nor did they have to worry about them, Shimeli was never taught about their existence. You know what demons are, right? Tan Songyun asked. Of course. Well, demon worshippers, as their name implies, are those who revere and serve demons, Tan Songyun explained. Some are mere admirers, those who idolize demons but take no real action. Then, there are those who go a step further, acting on behalf of demons, carrying out their will in the world. I can't fathom why anyone would revere demons, much less serve them, Shimeli said, shaking her head in disbelief. Demons once ruled the world, didn't they? And they committed countless atrocities against everyone. Why would anyone willingly follow them? To worship those who had once brought devastation to the world was unfathomable. Yet, the existence of demon worshippers proved that some people not only accepted demons but actively sought their favor. It's quite simple, actually, Yuan said, his voice calm yet firm. For power. He met Shimeli's gaze as he continued, demons may be ruthless and unreasonable, but their power is undeniable. Some people are willing to sacrifice everything, morality, humanity, even their own souls, just for a taste of that power. To them, it doesn't matter what demons have done in the past. All they care about is what they can gain in the present. How does that work? How does one acquire the power of demons? In response, Yuan extended a finger, revealing a single drop of blood glistening at the tip. Their blood, he said a moment later. By consuming demon blood, one can gain immense regenerative abilities that rival those of demons themselves. Moreover, one's natural limitations, their innate talents can be bypassed, allowing them to achieve feats that otherwise aren't possible. Chapter 1912 Extreme Een Lake. Chapter 1912 Extreme Een Lake. I understand their desire for power, but what's the point if you turn into a monster at the end? Shimeli shook her head after hearing about demon worshippers. She could still vividly recall the grotesque transformation she witnessed during Yuan's trial. That usually only happens when one consumes too much demon blood. A few drops won't turn one into a monster, but there is still a high chance it will affect their mind by making them more aggressive, hot-tempered, and unreasonable, Yuan explained further. I was told this place was attacked recently by the demon worshippers, hence why it's empty right now. Tan Songyun suddenly revealed. She turned to look at Yuan and asked, so, what are your plans now? Yuan fell into deep thought, his expression unreadable as he pondered in silence. He didn't know the exact reason behind the demon worshippers' sudden activity, but that didn't mean he was clueless. His mind drifted back to his encounter with the demon emperor Carnage a few years ago. Could this surge in demon worshipper activity be connected to him? If it's really the demon emperor's doing, something big will definitely happen soon, and I should get ready for it. Yuan looked at Tan Songyun and asked, do you know of any place with extreme Een element? The colder the place, the better. A place of extreme Een element, huh? Does it have to be in the sixth heaven? She asked. No, but it would be great if there is one here. Tan Songyun pondered for a moment before responding, the extreme Een Lake. It's located in the sixth heaven and is a very popular place for cultivators who specialize in the Een element. Yuan nodded and said, then that will be my next destination. He wanted to improve his cold immunity further so his physique could evolve. I don't mind, but why? You don't even cultivate Een Qi. I'm not going there to cultivate. It's to temper my body and train my cold immunity, he explained. Is that so? Despite knowing his purpose, Tan Songyun still couldn't understand why he needed to train his cold immunity now. It just seemed too random and out of the blue. With their next destination in mind, Yuan and his group made their way to the extreme Een Lake. The extreme Een Lake was located near the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect, one of the most prestigious and powerful sects in the sixth heaven. Renowned not only for their peerless ice-based martial techniques, the sect was also widely recognized as a gathering place for the most beautiful women in the realm. In the cultivation world, women are naturally attuned to the Een element, while most men are inherently aligned with yang energy. This natural balance follows the fundamental principles of yin and yang, where yin represents coldness, tranquility, and the moon, while yang embodies warmth, intensity, and the sun. Because of this, female cultivators tend to naturally excel in yin-based techniques, making the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect a predominantly female sect. However, there exist a few exceptions, men born with an extremely rare natural affinity for yin energy. Their numbers are so few that they can be counted on one hand. After traveling for several days, Yuan and his group arrived at their destination, the extreme yin lake. "Wow, it's beautiful," she merely muttered, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at the breathtaking scenery before them. The extreme yin lake was nestled within a valley of towering snowy mountains, their peaks blanketed in pristine white. The air was crisp and cool, carrying a faint, almost ethereal chill that seemed to seep into the soul. The entire landscape radiated a serene, otherworldly beauty, untouched and pure, as if frozen in time. The temperature in the area was a staggering -200 degrees Celsius, an unbearable cold that could freeze cultivators unprepared for such extreme conditions. Yet, despite the frigid atmosphere, the lake's surface remained untouched by ice. The water flowed with an almost ethereal stillness, shimmering under the pale light, as if defying the very laws of nature. If one looked closely, they would notice several individuals seated around the extreme yin lake, immersed in deep cultivation. Most of them remained near the snowy banks, absorbing the pure yin qi radiating from the lake. However, two figures stood out, and they were cultivating directly on top of the lake itself. "How long are you going to stay here?" Tan Songyan asked. "I don't know yet, since it'll depend on how effective this training spot is, but it'll be here for a few days, at the very least. In that case, it'll visit the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. I know their sect leader. Can I come with you? I'd like to see the sect, and I don't like this coldness," she merely said. "Sure." Tan Songyan nodded. "Then we'll be back in a few days. Try not to cause any trouble." "Yes, mother," Yuan responded in a joking tone. Tan Songyan trembled, and she immediately responded with an angry frown. "Don't you ever call me that again, even as a joke." Yuan chuckled, "Sorry." After Tan Songyan and she merely departed, Yuan made his way toward the extreme yin lake, his steps steady despite the piercing cold. With each step closer, the temperature plummeted even further, the air itself growing heavier with dense yin energy. The chilling aura seeped into his skin, biting at his bones, but he pressed forward, undeterred. As for Lan Yingying and Ningzi, one entered his dantian while the other his shadow. Yuan smiled after seeing the notification. "It's nothing compared to the training grounds within the primal expanse, but I doubt he'll find a training place that extreme in the sixth heaven." When Yuan got close enough, the cultivators who had been cultivating by the extreme yin lake finally paid attention to him. "A man? Why is he wearing a mask? Who's that?" "He's not a disciple at our Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect." Although the disciples were curious about Yuan's presence, they chose not to approach or disturb him. Instead, they merely observed in silence, their gazes carrying a mix of intrigue and caution. It was rare for an outsider, especially a man, to approach the extreme yin lake, let alone withstand its intense cold. Yet, Yuan walked forward with unwavering composure, as if the bone-chilling temperature had no effect on him. Chapter 1913 Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. Chapter 1913 Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. Although the extreme yin lake was located beside the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect and primarily visited by its disciples, it was classified as a natural training ground rather than exclusive sect property. As such, outsiders were allowed to enter freely. However, despite this openness, the lake's unforgiving cold served as a natural barrier. The chilling yin energy was so intense that only those who had cultivated the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect's unique techniques could withstand it for extended periods. For anyone else, this training ground was a perilous area. Because of this, while technically open to all, in practice, the extreme yin lake remained a place almost exclusively occupied by the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect's disciples, and even then, only their most talented and experienced disciples would dare to train there. When Yuan reached about 300 meters from the extreme Yin Lake, he came to a stop. The air around him was so frigid that even the moisture in his breath froze instantly. Without hesitation, he sat down and closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Unlike others who would instinctively shield themselves from the cold, Yuan chose not to protect himself with spiritual energy. Instead, he allowed the bone-chilling Yin energy to penetrate his body freely, embracing the raw intensity of the extreme Yin Lake's environment. He was not merely cultivating, he was tempering his body, pushing himself beyond his natural limits. Although the extreme Yin Lake was indeed effective in improving his cold resistance, Yuan found the progress too slow for his liking. A mere 5 minutes had passed when he opened his eyes, dissatisfaction flickering within them. Without hesitation, he stood up and began walking closer to the lake, stepping into the even denser Yin energy that surrounded the lake. The disciples swallowed nervously when they realized Yuan wasn't protecting himself with spiritual energy and enduring the cold with his bare body. Is he insane? No, more importantly, how is he enduring the extreme Yin Lake with his bare body? Does he have a heavenly Yin physique? The disciples were shocked by Yuan's audacity and mysterious physique. A few moments later, when Yuan was only 200 meters away from the water, ice began forming around his body, slowly turning him into an ice statue. Yet, despite his seemingly dangerous state, Yuan did not feel like his life was in danger in the slightest. This is kind of disappointing, or maybe I was spoiled by the extreme training grounds at the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. Yuan sighed inwardly as he recalled the truly perilous training grounds that could kill even immortals. In the blink of an eye, Yuan closed the distance by another 100 meters. Now, he was standing right beside the disciples who were cultivating outside the lake. Who are you? One of them couldn't help but ask. Yuan turned to look at the dazed female disciple and said, Xiaoyang. Without saying anything else, Yuan continued to walk closer to the lake. You should stop there if you value your life. One of the individuals cultivating on the lake suddenly spoke out loud when Yuan was just 50 meters away. Don't worry, my condition is actually better than it may appear, Yuan said calmly. The female disciple frowned and said, seriously. I don't want to deal with your frozen corpse later. Unless you cultivate the frozen cloud ethereal Sect's cultivation technique or have cold immunity, you won't survive the lake. I appreciate your concern, but it's really fine. If I somehow end up as a corpse, my companion will deal with it. Your companion? Where? The disciple looked around but couldn't see anyone. They'll be back in a few days. If I have not returned by then, please let them know where I am. What are you saying? I don't get it. The disciple raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yuan, who had reached the lake, pointed at the water and said, It'll be inside. What? You can't be serious. Before the disciple could finish her sentence, Yuan jumped into the air and dove directly into the lake center. Holy shit. He went inside the water. Shock rippled through the disciples as they stared, unable to believe what they witnessed. Even the frozen cloud ethereal sect leader, a cultivator renowned for possessing cold immunity, would not last more than a few seconds submerged in the lake's waters. Yet, Yuan went inside without any protection, treating it like an ordinary pool of water. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun and Shi Meili arrived at the frozen cloud ethereal sect and were greeted by the sect leader herself when she heard Tan Songyun's name. Senior Sister Tan. What a pleasant surprise. I haven't seen you in forever. A beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes approached them with a bright smile on her face. I was passing by the extreme Yin Lake and decided to visit. How's the frozen cloud ethereal sect lately? When the sect leader heard this question, her smile weakened, and she responded in a dispirited voice, It was doing great, until last month. What happened? Tan Songyun inquired. I don't know if you've heard, but the demon worshippers have been making a scene lately. I was in the hidden domain until a few days ago, but I know of it. Did they attack your sect? The sect leader glanced around, scanning their surroundings with a discerning gaze. After a brief pause, she spoke, Let's go somewhere more private. Sure. By the way, who is your friend? the sect leader asked as they walked back to her place. She's Shimeli. We're traveling together at the moment. Don't worry, she's trustworthy. I'm not worried about that. I was just curious since you've never brought a friend before. Sometime later, they went inside the sect leader's room. Once she shut the door, the sect leader looked at Tan Songyun with a serious face and revealed, "We don't know if it's related to the demon worshippers yet, but some of our disciples have gone missing lately." Chapter 1914 Someone from the Demon Sealing Clan. Chapter 1914 Someone from the Demon Sealing Clan missing. So you think your disciples are being kidnapped by the demon worshippers? Tan Songyun asked after hearing this. That, or they were killed, sighed the sect leader. What is the sect doing about this? So far, we've recalled most of our disciples back to the sect, unless they're on a really important mission. We have also restricted their movements to within the sect's boundary. Other than that, I don't know what else can be done. What about the disciples at the extreme Yin Lake? I saw a few of your disciples there, Tan Songyun said. That's a special location. Most people can't even get close due to the extreme weather. Unless the demon worshippers have cold immunity or a special physique, they won't be able to go near it. Also, it's fairly close to the sect. Sorry you have to deal with this. The sect leader shook her head and said, I'm sure it'll be over soon, especially once that person from the Demon Sealing Clan arrives. That person? Tan Songyun raised an eyebrow. The sect leader smiled and said, yes, she's very famous in the Demon Sealing Clan and the cultivation world. I'm sure you've heard of her before. I requested help from the Demon Sealing Clan as soon as I realized the demon worshippers were kidnapping my disciples, and they recently notified me that this individual would be coming to assist us. In fact, she should be arriving soon. So, who is this individual? Tan Songyun asked again. The sect leader smiled and said, are you in a hurry to leave? If you are, I will tell you, but if you have some time, you should meet her. This is a really rare chance, after all. Hell, you'd probably stay after hearing her name. Tan Songyun was a little annoyed by the secrecy, but she was also very curious. I have a few days, she said. Great. I'll let you know when she arrives. Is there anything you would like to do in the meantime? How about I show you around the sect? Shimeli immediately nodded and replied, that would be great. Thus, the sect leader began showing them around the frozen cloud Ethereal sect. I know you already have a demon sealer on the way, but I know someone who might also be able to help, Tan Songyun said as they traveled. Are you talking about you, Xiaoyang? Shimeli asked. Tan Songyun nodded, what do you think? You know him better than me, but from what I've seen, he seemed very familiar with demons and demon worshippers. I'm not too sure, but if it's him, I'm sure he'll be helpful no matter what it is. Who is this Xiaoyang? The sect leader inquired in a curious voice. He's our traveling companion and the reason why we're here. He's currently training at the frozen Yin Lake, though. A man with Yin affinity? How rare. Although the sect leader misunderstood his situation, they didn't bother correcting her. A few hours later, midway through their tour, the sect leader suddenly halted her movements and retrieved a communication jade slip. I just received news that the demon sealer has arrived at the sect, so we'll end the tour here. Learning this, Tan Songyun and Shimeli followed the sect leader to meet this demon sealer. Surprisingly, they didn't head to the sect leader's headquarters. Instead, they traveled to the 7th Frozen Cloud Peak, a public area accessible by all disciples. When they arrived at their destination, their gaze was immediately drawn to a beautiful woman in black and white robes standing gracefully by a water fountain. Her presence was captivating, exuding a refined elegance that demanded attention. Surrounding her were excited disciples, their expressions filled with awe and admiration. Some eagerly spoke with her, while others simply stood nearby, as if just being in her presence was an honor in itself. Who is that? Tan Songyun turned to look at the sect leader after failing to recognize the demon sealer. Seriously? You don't recognize her? That's Sun Ling Kai, also known as Myriad Colors. Not only is she one of the best painters in the 9 heavens, but she is also a master demon sealer. Each of her paintings, no matter how simple, fetches tens of millions of spirit stones. Myriad colors? That's the Sublime painter? Although I have never seen her before, I have heard of her name, Tan Songyun muttered with slightly widened eyes. The Sublime painter was renowned not only for her ability to create flawless masterpieces but also for the unique power her creations possessed. Unlike ordinary works of art, hers were capable of producing mystical effects akin to those of powerful treasures. For example, one of her most famous works, Cultivator's Ascension, was a painting that functioned like a real spiritual treasure, capable of gathering and enhancing spiritual energy in its surroundings. Just by placing it within a cultivation chamber, one could experience a significant boost in their cultivation speed. Because of this, her art was highly sought after, not just for its beauty, but for its practical and mystical properties, making it priceless to both mortals and cultivators alike. She's a painter? I didn't know cultivators paid that much attention to such a profession, she merely remarked, as she considered painting a mortal's profession. She's not your ordinary painter. Her paintings function as treasures. Some have effects that benefit cultivation, while others can work as life-saving treasures. The only issue is that she cannot determine the effect of her paintings, so they vary greatly. The sect leader approached Sun Ling Kai and bowed. It's a real honor to have you here, Senior Sunday. I am the sect leader of the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, Yun Shi. Nice to meet you, Sect Leader Yun. I was sent here by the Demon Sealing Clan after they reviewed your request. I will do everything in my power to assist you with your problem. I can't imagine having someone more reliable than you here, Senior Sunday. If you're ready, let's go somewhere more quiet. Let's. Sun Ling Kai nodded. Chapter 1915 Sublime Painter. Chapter 1915 Sublime Painter. Shortly after greeting each other, Sect Leader Yun led Sun Ling Kai to her headquarters. Shi Meili and Tan Songyun followed them after receiving the sect leader's permission. Am I the only demon sealer here? What about the demon sealing grotto? You're the only demon sealer here. I see. I was half expecting them to be here, too. A stiff smile appeared on the sect leader's face as she spoke. To be honest, I contacted both the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto. However, only the demon sealing clan responded to my request. I apologize if I did something I wasn't supposed to. Sun Ling Kai calmly shook her head and said, No, you're fine. There's no rule stating that you can only contact one of us. I wouldn't mind working with them either if it means dealing with these demon worshippers faster. She turned to look at Shi Meili and Tan Songyun and asked, Then who are you guys? You don't seem like disciples of this sect. We're just guests here. However, if you need help, we're more than willing to lend a hand, said Tan Songyun. She wasn't offering assistance just because of her friendship with sect leader Yun. This was a matter far greater than personal ties. As a cultivator, as a human, she felt an obligation to stand against the demon worshippers, those who had forsaken their morals and humanity in pursuit of corrupt power. Their actions threatened not just sects or families but the balance of the world itself. Once they arrived at the headquarters, sect leader Yun began explaining the situation to Sun Ling Kai in more detail. According to those who witnessed the kidnappings, these demon worshippers are specifically targeting maidens, sect leader Yun stated grimly. Maidens? Sun Ling Kai raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting to one of intrigue and concern. Sect leader Yun nodded, her voice steady as she continued, At first, we believed the demon worshippers were simply kidnapping our disciples at random. However, we soon realized there was a clear pattern. All the disciples who managed to evade capture, despite being present at the time of the incidents, were not maidens. Is there a reason why they're specifically targeting maidens? Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before responding, Truth is, your Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect isn't the only place being targeted by the demon worshippers. Female cultivators around the 9 heavens are being kidnapped on a scale we've never witnessed before. Although we don't know why, we do have some speculations. The most obvious one is that they require sacrifices for something. Could the demon worshippers be feeding them to the demons? Shi Meili asked. Sun Lingkai nodded and responded, it's possible, but there's no reason why they would only go after maidens since demons don't have preferences and eat whatever they get their hands on. If they're only going after maidens, maybe they are doing a ritual that requires maidens. I know there are forbidden techniques out there that demand maidens because of their pure essence, said Tan Songyun. Yes, the demon sealing clan also believes the demon worshippers are gathering maidens for some kind of ritual. As for the purpose of such ritual, we can only speculate. So, how can we stop these demon worshippers? Unless you know where they are hiding, we can only react to their actions, Tan Songyun asked. Sun Lingkai retrieved a black metal compass and said, this is a treasure that can detect nearby demonic energy. What a convenient tool, Shi Meili remarked. It was only developed recently, and its uses are still limited, especially its detection range. However, it'll automatically improve as we use it, said Sun Lingkai. How far does its detection reach? Sect leader Yun asked. About 100 miles. That's not much. It's not, but it can detect even the faintest demonic energy. In the midst of Sun Lingkai's speech, the compass suddenly emitted a red glow, pulsing with an eerie intensity. A moment later, a red light flickered above it, rapidly condensing into the shape of an arrow, its tip unwavering as it pointed toward a specific direction. The compass activated? So it detected demonic energy nearby? Sect leader Yun stood up in shock. Sun Lingkai nodded with a serious expression on her face. The arrow, isn't it pointing in the direction of the extreme Yin Lake? Shi Meili asked after noticing this. It is. Let's hurry to the extreme Yin Lake, Sect leader Yun spoke with urgency. Meanwhile, at the extreme Yin Lake, the disciples have been staring at the lake for the last few hours. It's been hours since he went inside. He's definitely dead, right? If he's dead, why isn't his corpse coming back up? Then he's probably not dead. The disciples were in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how a man could endure so long inside the extreme Yin Lake. He definitely has a heaven-defying Yin physique. Maybe he even possesses the legendary Arctic Saint physique. One disciple exclaimed in shock. That's impossible, another disciple immediately refuted, shaking her head. Only women can be born with that physique. No man has ever possessed it in history. Suddenly, another disciple said, "Hey, look over there." The group instinctively turned their heads, their gazes locking onto the tree-line. There, several cloaked figures stood motionless, their dark robes barely shifting despite the cold wind. We sure have a lot of visitors today. Snap out of it. They're oozing with malice, and they're not even hiding it. The two disciples who had been cultivating on the lake suddenly jumped out of it to confront these newcomers. Judging by your suspicious appearances and the recent incidents, you must be demon worshippers. Are you here to kidnap us? Demon worshippers? The other disciples immediately became wary and nervous after hearing this. Meanwhile, the demon worshippers wasted no time with words. Without warning, they lunged forward, their dark cloaks billowing as they charged straight at the disciples, completely unfazed by the extreme Yin Lake's deadly cold. Seeing this, one of the disciples immediately retrieved a red talisman and tore it up. I have notified the sect. We just need to last until they arrive. Chapter 1916 Fighting the Demon Worshippers. Chapter 1916 Fighting the Demon Worshippers. The frozen cloud Ethereal sect's disciples clashed with the demon worshippers. Due to the close distance between their sect and the extreme Yin Lake, they only needed to defend themselves for several minutes before help arrived. However, the disciples quickly realized that lasting even a minute would be challenging. The demon worshippers were incredibly powerful and fought without any regard for their own safety. Moreover, despite having lower cultivation than the disciples, the demon worshippers displayed prowess that surpassed the disciples. This abnormal power is one of many reasons why demon worshippers abandon their humanity. I won't be able to endure this much longer, senior sister. Aside from the two core disciples who cultivated on the extreme Yin Lake, the rest of the disciples were merely inner court disciples, and they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Despite their efforts, the inner court disciples were struggling against the demon worshippers' brutal assault, their techniques barely holding back the relentless attacks. One by one, they began to falter, their defenses crumbling under the sheer ferocity of their enemies. As for the core disciples, while they were faring better, they were far from gaining the upper hand. Neither side was winning or losing, trapped in a deadlock where a single mistake could turn the tide. Despite their desire to help their junior disciples, they simply weren't in a position to do so. Their opponents were too strong, forcing them to remain fully engaged in their own battles. If this continued much longer, the inner court disciples would fall first, and the core disciples would eventually fall as well. Ah! Junior sister. One of the inner court disciples let out a sharp cry as she was overwhelmed, her defenses shattering beneath the relentless assault. Her weapon slipped from her grasp, clattering against the icy ground as she collapsed, exhausted and defenseless. The demon worshipper standing over her wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, dark chains materialized from thin air, writhing like living shadows before wrapping tightly around her body. The moment the black chains latched onto her, a profound force sealed her spiritual energy, suppressing it completely. The disciple's eyes widened in horror as she realized that her cultivation had been sealed. In an instant, she had been reduced to a mere mortal. As soon as the first disciple was captured, the battle quickly turned one-sided. One by one, the other inner court disciples fell, unable to resist the overwhelming power of the demon worshippers. The black chains continued to manifest, restraining their spiritual energy and leaving them helpless as they were forcibly subdued. Once all the inner court disciples had been captured, the demon worshippers swiftly turned their attention to the core disciples. Though they had managed to hold their ground for a time, they were now outnumbered and outmatched. Realizing they couldn't win, the core disciples fought desperately, trying to break through and free their fellow disciples, but it was futile. The demon worshippers coordinated their attacks flawlessly, exploiting every weakness and overwhelming them with sheer force. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. All the disciples, inner court and core alike, had been captured, their spiritual energy sealed, their struggles rendered meaningless. No. I don't want to die. The captured disciples began crying out, their voices filled with a mix of terror and shame. They trembled, not just from fear, but from the crushing realization of their own weakness. They had only needed to hold out for a few minutes, just enough time for their sect's reinforcements to arrive. Yet, they had failed. In less than 2 minutes, they had been completely subdued, their spiritual energy sealed, their bodies restrained like helpless mortals. Tears welled in their eyes as frustration and despair settled in. They had trained for years, striving to become stronger, yet when it mattered most, their strength had meant nothing. Their captors, the demon worshippers, stood over them in silent mockery, as if their struggle had been nothing more than an inevitable conclusion. "Bring them all away," said one of the demon worshippers. However, just as the demon worshippers began lifting the subdued disciples, carrying them like mere luggage, a voice suddenly echoed through the icy air. "I thought I was smelling things, but sure enough, it's the stench of demonic energy." The chilling words sent a ripple of unease through the demon worshippers. Their movements halted instantly, and their heads snapped toward the extreme lake. There, where no one had stood before, a masked figure had suddenly appeared out of thin air like a ghost. However, when the demon worshippers noticed this figure was only at the second level of spirit enlightenment, they immediately relaxed. "Hurry up and kill him. I'll give you 3 seconds." In response, one of the demon worshippers suddenly dropped the disciple in his grasp and lunged at Yuan. The demon worshipper reached Yuan in 1 second and struck the next. However, in the 3rd second, the demon worshipper suddenly stopped moving and collapsed on the ground, his body quickly turning into stone. The demon worshippers were instantly alarmed after seeing their companion turn into a stone statue. That power. He's a demon sealer. Yuan then spoke in a calm voice, "Release those girls and surrender yourselves, or I'll turn you all into stone. I'll give you 3 seconds." Realizing they were against a demon sealer, the demon worshippers no longer dared to look down on Yuan and decided to fight him together. They released the disciples and attacked Yuan together, surrounding him from every direction. There were 6 demon worshippers, and they were all around the Divine Lord level. Despite being surrounded, Yuan calmly said, "Your 3 seconds are up." In response, the demon worshippers attacked. At the same time as the demon worshippers attacked Yuan, Sun Ling Kai and the others arrived at the scene. "Who is that?" "He's fighting 6 Divine Lord demon worshippers by himself. And he's only at the spirit enlightenment level." Sun Ling Kai almost couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the scene. Chapter 1917 Fighting the Demon Worshippers, 2. Chapter 1917 Fighting the Demon Worshippers, 2. Although Sun Ling Kai wanted to intervene and help the masked individual, her curiosity got the best of her, and she decided to watch him a little longer. As for Sect leader Yun, she couldn't care less and immediately went to save her disciples the moment she noticed them. "Sect leader. You're here." The disciples cried tears of joy when they saw her beautiful face. "Are you all okay?" Sect leader Yun asked them as she destroyed the black chains that restricted their cultivation. "Yes, we're okay. It's all because of him." The disciples pointed at Yuan with their gazes, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "That must be senior sister Tian's companion." Sect leader Yun mumbled as she stared at Yuan, who was emitting a profound Yin aura. "That aura. He's attained super ice resistance." She cried inwardly. Despite cultivating in the extreme Yin lake for decades herself, she had only managed to achieve powerful ice resistance, which was 1 tier weaker than Yuan's super ice resistance. In just a few hours, Yuan had managed to upgrade his weak ice resistance by 2 whole tiers, an unthinkable speed of progression for most. After spending a few moments effortlessly dodging the demon worshippers' attacks, Yuan finally countered, using nothing but his bare hands. His movements were swift and precise, flowing like water, yet carrying the force of a raging tempest. With every shift of his body, he evaded strikes with almost inhuman ease, making it seem as though he was merely playing with his enemies. Despite wielding no weapon, the demon worshippers didn't dare to underestimate his attacks. It wasn't his physical strength that frightened them, it was the demon's sealing aura radiating from his very being. To them, that aura was more terrifying than any weapon, capable of sealing their very existence if they weren't careful. However, they quickly realized how futile their efforts were. Much like how the inner court disciples struggled to fight back, the 6 of them were being pressured despite outnumbering him. Soon, Yuan landed a strike on one of the demon worshippers, instantly turning him into stone. To seal his opponents so quickly, what powerful demon sealing aura! Sun Ling Kai cried out in shock, her eyes widening as she witnessed Yuan's effortless suppression of the demon worshippers. As a master demon sealer, very few demon sealers surpass her in demon sealing aura within the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto. Yet, this masked individual was clearly much stronger than her. However, there was no way she wouldn't recognize such a powerful demon sealer. "Seriously, who is that?" "He's definitely not from the demon sealing clan, but I know of every master demon sealer in the demon sealing grotto, too." Sun Ling Kai muttered in a dumbfounded voice. "That's our traveling companion, Xiaoyang," Tan Songyan said. "Xiaoyang? I don't recognize that name. Where did he learn how to use demon sealing aura?" Sun Ling Kai asked. Tan Songyan shook her head. "I don't know. You'll have to ask him. There's no way someone with such powerful demon sealing aura isn't affiliated with the demon sealing clan or demon sealing grotto." Sun Ling Kai refused to believe that some random cultivator could have such a strong demon sealing aura. After all, while one could learn demon sealing aura through techniques, it wouldn't reach the level of master demon sealer without guidance from an expert demon sealer. By the time their conversation ended, Yuan had dealt with all but 1 demon worshipper. Please, spare me." The demon worshipper gave up resistance and began begging for his life. "Oh? You're begging for your life despite selling your soul to the demons? How ironic. Don't worry, I won't completely seal you. After all, I have some questions for you." Yuan suddenly raised his leg and kicked the demon worshipper in the groins. The demon worshipper cried out loud in pain, and soon, everything but his head turned to stone. Not only is his demon sealing aura powerful, but his control over it is monstrous. Sun Ling Kai swallowed nervously. If he's not affiliated with the demon sealing grotto already, I must bring him over to our side. Once it was clear that Yuan had dealt with the demon worshippers, Sect leader Yun approached him and bowed, "Thank you. If it weren't for your assistance, more of my disciples would have been kidnapped by those bastards." "There's no need to thank me. I was merely dealing with pests." Tan Songyun and the others appeared shortly after. Before Shi Meili or Tan Songyun could even speak, Sun Ling Kai rushed over and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Sun Ling Kai. You're Xiao Yang, correct?" "She's." Yuan instantly recognized Sun Ling Kai, as she was one of the Divine Paragon's fanatic. Moreover, she was the one who painted him at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, even giving him a necklace afterward. What's she doing in the sixth heaven? He wondered inwardly. Yuan wanted to reveal his true identity to her, but he wasn't sure if he could trust her, especially when he was being hunted as a demon, so he decided to continue acting as Xiao Yang for the time being. "Yes, I am Xiao Yang." Sun Ling Kai continued speaking. "I am actually a master demon sealer from the Demon Sealing Clan, and I cannot help but notice your powerful demon sealing aura. Yet, I don't recognize you. Are you affiliated with the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto?" Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "I am somewhat affiliated with the Demon Sealing Clan." "Do you know Yen Hara? Senior Sister Yen?" "Of course, I know her. We're practically family." "What is your relationship with her?" Sun Ling Kai was pleasantly surprised to learn that Yuan was not only affiliated with the Demon Sealing Clan but even knew Yen Hara, but this raised more questions. "Our relationship is a little complicated, but we're definitely quite close with each other." "How's she been lately?" "I haven't seen her in a while." Yuan decided to learn more about Yen Hara's situation. Chapter 1918 Extracting Their Memories. Chapter 1918 Extracting Their Memories. Senior Sister Yan's situation, huh? An awkward expression appeared on Sun Ling Kai's face. "It's a bit complicated." Seeing Sun Ling Kai's expression, Yuan frowned and asked, "Did something bad happen to her?" "What?" "Oh, it's nothing like that, but it might take some time to explain, so let's continue this chat later." Sun Ling Kai's gaze shifted to the sealed demon worshipper. Yuan realized what she was trying to say and nodded. "You're right. Let's continue this conversation after we deal with the demon worshippers. I was going to interrogate them, but if you have other plans, please let me know." "That's exactly what I was going to do," Sun Ling Kai said. "I need to know more about their activities." Sect leader Yun then spoke. "In that case, you can interrogate them at my sect. I'll prepare a place for you." "Thank you." While they brought the demon worshippers to the frozen cloud Ethereal sect, Tan Songyun asked Yuan, "What about your training?" "It's done. Even if I continued training at the extreme Yin Lake, my cold resistance wouldn't improve further. No, to be more accurate, it'll take too long to see any decent improvements." "Already? It's only been half a day since you started training at the extreme Yin Lake." Tan Songyun looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Yuan silently shrugged. Upon arriving at the frozen cloud Ethereal sect, Sect leader Yun sent all of the disciples to medical to ensure they were not injured before arranging a place for Sun Ling Kai and Yuan to interrogate the demon worshippers. "And no matter what you do to me, I won't say anything," the partially sealed demon worshipper exclaimed, his voice trembling with defiance as he was forcibly placed inside a prison. His body felt heavy, and his spiritual energy was completely suppressed by Yuan's demon sealing aura. "I don't doubt it. You probably can't reveal anything even if you wanted to," Sun Ling Kai calmly remarked. It was common practice among demon worshippers to curse themselves, a ruthless safeguard ensuring their secrets remained buried. These self-inflicted curses acted as a deadly failsafe. If a demon worshipper even attempted to reveal any information, their body would detonate instantly, reducing them to nothing but blood and ash before a single word could leave their lips. Because of this, interrogating demon worshippers was notoriously difficult. Sun Ling Kai continued in a cold voice, "Unfortunately for you, I have plenty of ways to extract information from you without even needing you to open your mouth. However, these methods are quite cruel and have a high chance of killing you. Even if you somehow manage to survive, you'll most certainly be crippled for life. These methods are too cruel to use on humans, but you're a demon worshipper, pests that cannot be considered humans. The demon worshipper's face twisted with fear and horror after hearing such words. Sun Ling Kai turned to Yuan and asked, "You don't mind, right?" Yuan shook his head and said, "You can skin him alive for all I care. Once you're done with him, I'll unseal the others so that you can interrogate them as well. Thank you for your assistance." In the next moment, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a massive paintbrush, its size comparable to that of a great sword. With a swift, deliberate motion, she pressed the tip of the brush against the demon worshipper's forehead. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, she suddenly swiped the brush in a perfect arc, and from the demon worshipper's forehead, a black orb of light was forcibly dragged out, writhing with a sinister energy. Without hesitation, Sun Ling Kai guided the orb toward an empty scroll she had prepared. The moment the black orb entered the painting, the scroll came to life, ink flowing across its surface as a picture quickly formed. As for the demon worshipper, the moment the black orb of light was forcibly extracted, he let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice laced with sheer agony. His face convulsed violently, with veins bulging as if something within him was being ripped apart. It was as though the very essence of his existence was being forcefully unraveled. The hysterical screams lasted for only a brief moment before his head suddenly went limp. Just like that, the demon worshipper perished. I have extracted the memories of that demon worshipper, but I could only extract about 10 years, his last 10 years. Hopefully, there is something useful. Sun Ling Kai said as she poured her spiritual energy into the painting. A glowing string appeared from the painting and attached itself to Sun Ling Kai's forehead, showing the demon worshipper's last 10 years of memories. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai opened her eyes and shook her head with a disappointed expression. He was just a lackey. Besides being ordered to capture female maidens, he didn't know anything. Do you want to take a look? It's quite nasty, so I don't really recommend it. Sun Ling Kai looked at Yuan. No, it's fine. Yuan politely refused. Although Sun Ling Kai acted nonchalantly, reading another's memory was a dangerous act. Memories were not just images and thoughts, they carried the essence of a person's experiences, emotions, and even their will. To extract and absorb them was to open oneself to the lingering traces of the person's soul, an act that could be incredibly dangerous, especially when dealing with demon worshippers, whose very existence was steeped in corruption. If Sun Ling Kai wasn't careful, the malice and twisted beliefs of the demon worshipper could seep into her consciousness, corrupting her own thoughts and emotions. However, Yuan wasn't worried the memories could corrupt him. He just didn't want to subject himself to such unpleasant memories, especially when it wasn't necessary. But if it gets too hard for you, I can look at them instead, he said. Sun Ling Kai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I've extracted hundreds of demon worshippers' memories before without any issues." Chapter 1919 Yan Hara's Situation. Chapter 1919 Yan Hara's Situation. You're a master demon sealer. I don't qualify to worry about you, Yuan chuckled. That's not true. Your demon sealing aura is powerful enough to qualify as a master demon sealer, if you aren't one already. I'm definitely not a master demon sealer. If you say so. Sun Ling Kai continued to extract the memories of the next demon worshipper after Yuan partially unsealed them. Once again, the demon worshipper released an ear-piercing scream when Sun Ling Kai extracted his memories with a calm expression on her face, clearly unaffected by it. A few moments later, the demon worshipper went limp, his life extinguished. This continued for several more times, until Sun Ling Kai extracted the memories from all of the captured demon worshippers. In the end, only one of them had managed to survive, but he had been crippled so badly that he couldn't even utter a word properly. However, he didn't live long, as Sect leader Yun ended his misery shortly after. Did you learn anything? Sect leader Yun asked afterward. Sun Ling Kai nodded and said, it appears there are several backgrounds involved. The Ling family, Qing family, Red Saber Mountain, and the Purple Rain Monastery. Are you familiar with these names? Sect leader Yun's eyes widened with surprise after hearing these names, and she quickly said, "Of course." The Ling family is a prominent name in the business industry. The Qing family are renowned for their sword techniques and for producing many powerful swordmasters. As for the Red Saber Mountain and Purple Rain Monastery, they're both above-average sections. How are they involved? From the memories I extracted, the demon worshippers we've captured belong to these places. Their positions within these places aren't very high except for one of them, who turned out to be a sect elder of the Purple Rain Monastery. Their mission was to capture females who are still maidens and bring them to a certain area within the Smoldering Desert. I'll be heading there soon. Hopefully, I will find your missing disciples there. I will come with you. Sect leader Yun declared without hesitation. Sun Ling Kai raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't doubt your strength, but the environment there is quite harsh, especially for inattribute cultivators such as yourself. There's also a good chance we might encounter a demon there. That's. I also need someone to deal with the Ling family and the other three. You can deal with them while I deal with the Smoldering Desert." "I'll come with you," Yuan suddenly said. Sun Ling Kai immediately nodded, "I can definitely use your help." Despite Yuan's low cultivation, Sun Ling Kai couldn't underestimate him, who could fight cultivators several realms above his cultivation. "What about us?" She merely asked. "You should assist sect leader Yun," Yuan said. "All right. Lead the way," Yuan said to Sun Ling Kai, who retrieved a flying treasure and gestured for him to ride it. Yuan jumped onto the flying treasure, which took the appearance of a painting and flew away with Sun Ling Kai. While they traveled, Sun Ling Kai spoke, "Since we have some time now, let's continue our conversation." "Is Hara in trouble?" Yuan asked. "Before I answer that, I must ask you. What exactly is your relationship with the Demon Sealing Clan and Senior Sister Yen?" "This is my relationship." Yuan retrieved his elite demon sealer's identification badge and showed it to her. "You're an elite demon sealer? With that level of demon sealing aura?" "I don't believe it. It's been a while since I visited the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, so I haven't gotten the chance to improve my rank. As for my relationship with Hara. Sorry if this seems rude, but I cannot fully trust you." Sun Ling Kai narrowed her eyes at Yuan's face, mask, and fell silent. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Senior Sister Yen has started gathering people for her own faction within the Demon Sealing Clan, one that directly opposes the current leader. Of course, she didn't openly admit this, but her intentions are clear to everyone. I don't know how much you know about the Demon Sealing Clan's current leader, but he is someone who fought desperately to reach his position, and someone like that won't let his position be threatened. Fortunately, because of the demon worshippers' activity, as well as the Demon Sealing Grotto's pressure, he has his hands full right now and cannot deal with Senior Sister Yen. However, I'm afraid that once things calm down, he will start clashing with Senior Sister Yen. Although Senior Sister Yen is very powerful, with connections to many influential figures in the clan, the leader has about 90% of the Demon Sealing Clan on his side. It won't be an easy fight." Hearing this, Yuan asked, "What about you? Are you with Hara?" "Of course. We've known each other even before we joined the Demon Sealing Clan. The only thing preventing us from being real sisters is our blood. That's why I'm very offended to hear you doubt me. Sorry, but as you said, Hara has essentially made herself a target within the Demon Sealing Clan. It's not that extreme, yet. At this moment, Senior Sister Yen is just gathering trustworthy people to her side, which isn't against the rules or anything, and until she does something that directly clashes with the clan leader, she's not in danger." "Where is she right now?" Yuan then asked. "I'm not sure, but she's definitely on a mission to deal with the demon worshippers right now. Hell, we're still looking for some ridiculously powerful demon that was last spotted in the fourth heaven." Yuan's body stiffened after hearing Sun Ling Kai's last several words. "Ridiculously powerful demon in the fourth heaven," he repeated. "Yes. This demon was first spotted a few years ago in the 4th heaven by some people from the 9 heavens Law and Order. Sun Ling Kai started with a shrug. However, the description they gave is ridiculous, and quite frankly, nobody in the Demon Sealing clan truly believes it exists. Chapter 1920 Smoldering Desert. Chapter 1920 Smoldering Desert. This is my first time hearing about such a demon. Can you tell me more about it? Yuan asked. Sun Ling Kai nodded and said, then let me tell you what the 9 heavens Law and Order told us. They claimed this demon was only at the Spirit King level when they first encountered it. Yet, this demon was able to overpower several immortals who have restricted their cultivation to the Divine King realm. The demon wielded 2 soul weapons, a spear and a sword. They even claimed the demon was able to use enhanced sword aura. They also claimed that this demon was able to regenerate from complete annihilation and even had the aura of a beast. Ridiculous, isn't it? Who would believe that such a demon would exist? It was common knowledge that demons don't use weapons, let alone soul weapons, and if they did, these weapons would be crafted from their own blood. Moreover, a demon using sword aura was unheard of, much less enhanced sword aura. I have never heard of a demon using soul weapons before, Yuan remarked. Right? Sun Ling Kai suddenly fell silent. After a slight pause, she looked at Yuan with a doubtful expression and spoke, now that I think about it, are you suppressing your true cultivation? There's no way you're only at the 2nd level of spirit enlightenment, right? After all, you were able to overpower those demon worshippers, who were all divine lords. I'll leave that to your imagination, Yuan calmly responded. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, it still wouldn't make sense how he was able to fight several demon worshippers who were 4 realms stronger than him. Sun Ling Kai thought to herself. Even if Yuan were a cultivation god, since he suppressed his cultivation to spirit enlightenment, his prowess would only be around that level. Even if his techniques were superior, it would be extremely hard to compensate for 4 entire realms of power difference. His prowess is similar to that demon. Although Sun Ling Kai compared Yuan's fighting prowess to the demon, she didn't entertain the possibility that they were the same individual, even for a split second. Sometime later, they arrived at the Smoldering Desert, a vast, desolate expanse where the air shimmered with intense heat and the landscape stretched endlessly with blazing sand dunes. There was no sign of civilization, only scorching winds, searing sunlight, and the ever-present danger of magical beasts that had long adapted to the harsh environment. How are you feeling? If the heat becomes too unbearable, let me know, Sun Ling Kai said as she veiled her body with a thick layer of spiritual energy that was constantly being melted away from the intense heat. I'll be fine, Yuan calmly responded. Due to his fire harmony, not only did he not feel the heat, but it was even comfortable for him. The way the heat is naturally being absorbed into his body, no way, he's achieved fire harmony. Sun Ling Kai swallowed nervously after realizing this. There was almost no doubt in her mind that Yuan was hiding his true cultivation, as she couldn't fathom someone at the spirit enlightenment achieving fire harmony. Once we arrive at our destination, if we encounter any demons, please let me handle them. I'm not doubting your ability to seal demons, but I am on a mission, and I am technically your senior. However, if there is more than one demon, they'll probably need your help, Sun Ling Kai said as they neared their destination. Yuan nodded, I'll deal with the demon worshippers and secure the kidnapped victims, if they are still alive, while you deal with the demon. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai stopped the flying treasure above an empty area and said as she looked down, they are beneath the sand. I can sense them. Out of the 42 presences I sense, only 3 of them have demonic energy. It's safe to assume that the other 39 are all kidnapped individuals. She continued, as for the 3 with demonic energy, I'm certain that one of them is a demon. The other 2 are just demon worshippers, but they are both at the divine ancestor level. I'll leave them to you. Sure, Yuan agreed without hesitation. I'm going in. Sun Ling Kai tilted the flying treasure, angling it sharply until its front pointed directly toward the ground. Without hesitation, it plunged downward, cutting through the sand like a blade through silk. As they descended, the surface layer of sand gave way to reveal a hidden subterranean chamber, a spacious area filled with towering pillars of compressed sand, sculpted over time. To their surprise, the scorching heat of the desert vanished almost instantly upon entry. Down here, the air was cool and still, a stark contrast to the inferno above, as if they had crossed into an entirely different world beneath the sand. The 42 individuals also came into view. 39 of them were bound tightly by black chains, their spiritual energy completely suppressed, leaving them weak and unable to resist. They sat or lay scattered across the sandy ground, expressions filled with exhaustion, fear, or quiet defiance. Not far from them, 2 humans stood watch. However, they seemed relaxed, their postures casual and unfocused, as if they didn't see the captives as a threat, nor expected any kind of interruption. "I'll leave them to you," Sun Lingkai said. "Of course." Yuan immediately jumped off the flying treasure, landing between the 2 demon worshippers and the captives. Meanwhile, Sun Lingkai flew toward the demon, who was slumbering not too far away. "What the fuck? Who are you? And how did you find this place?" The demon worshippers were immediately alerted by their sudden invasion, but they quickly relaxed upon seeing Yuan's cultivation base. "Your friends from the Red Saber Mountain told us," Yuan said as he retrieved number 1 under heaven, seemingly intent on finishing this as soon as possible. "The Red Saber Mountain? Bullshit. There's no way they would betray us," the demon worshippers exclaimed as they also withdrew their weapons. Chapter 1921 Rescuing the Captives. Chapter 1921 Rescuing the Captives. The moment the demon worshippers retrieved their weapons, Yuan wasted no time attacking them. Coincidentally, the demon worshippers were also wielding swords, and they were bewildered when they failed to activate their sword's ability to block Yuan's attack, almost as if an unseen force had sealed their swords. "Wah! My sword?" Yuan took advantage of their brief moment of shock and landed 2 swift and seemingly non-lethal strikes. At first, the demon worshippers didn't think much of the superficial injury they had received, a minor scratch at best. With a sneer, they quickly backed away from Yuan, unconcerned. But mere moments later, their expressions began to change. A strange stiffness crept through their limbs, slow at first, then rapidly intensifying. Their movements grew sluggish, their muscles locking up as an unnatural weight settled over their bodies. Panic flickered in their eyes as they realized the truth. Their bodies were turning to stone, they were being sealed. This is? The 2 demon worshippers couldn't believe how quickly they had been defeated. And it was done by a mere spirit enlightenment cultivator. Yet, neither of them appeared too concerned for some reason. They looked at Yuan and sneered coldly, "Don't think this is the end. You'll realize what a horrible mistake you've made, so our master will not let this." Their sentence was interrupted when they were fully sealed. After sealing the demon worshippers, Yuan went to help the captives by removing the black chains that suppressed their cultivation. Meanwhile, Sun Lingkai immediately began working on sealing the demon after disturbing its rest. The demon didn't have any visible crystal on its outer appearance, meaning it was at least a demon general. It also had the cultivation of a peak Immortal Ascension. Sun Lingkai was also at the peak of Immortal Ascension since that was the limit of the 6th heaven. Yet, she wasn't worried about her opponent being a demon general. Sun Lingkai fought with an elegance that bordered on artistry, almost as if she were painting. Her massive brush moved through the air in fluid, sweeping strokes, each motion resembling the graceful flourish of a master painter. But instead of ink and parchment, her canvas was the demon before her, and each stroke of the brush carried the weight of demon's sealing aura. Unlike Yuan, whose demon's sealing aura was powerful enough to seal demons near his level in a single strike, Sun Lingkai had to slowly accumulate it in the demon, slowly sealing it. While Sun Lingkai wasn't overwhelming her opponent, she wasn't pressured by the demon either and even had the leisure to speak while she fought it. "You demons and your worshippers have been lurking in the shadows since the Demon Sealing clan defeated most of the demons during the demonic era," Sun Lingkai said coldly, her brush continuously striking the demon. "What changed? Why are your worshippers suddenly acting so bold and brazen?" The demon, despite slowly being sealed, smiled provocatively and responded in an amused tone, "A new era is coming." "What? Sun Ling Kai frowned at such ominous words. Do you really think demons will rule the world again? How foolish. The only reason you demons even managed to rule humans during the demonic era was due to the massive casualties caused by the heavenly war of immortals and gods that greatly diminished our population of powerhouses. Our numbers are not only much greater than before, but our strength has also improved drastically since then, incomparably so. Meanwhile, all you demons have done since your defeat is hide and starve in the shadows. The demon laughed uncontrollably at Sun Ling Kai's words, which wasn't wrong. If the heavenly war of immortals and gods hadn't claimed so many lives, humans might not have been enslaved by the demons. Although demons are immortal, that immortality does not equate to limitless power. Like humans and beasts, demons require resources to grow, specifically flesh and blood, the raw essence of life. Without it, their strength stagnates and slowly decays. Since the end of the demonic era, demons have been forced into hiding with few opportunities to feed or cultivate their strength. Meanwhile, humankind has flourished, building powerful sects, expanding across realms, and growing ever stronger with access to abundant spiritual resources. What you experienced and witnessed during the demonic era was only a fraction of our demon clan's true power, the demon roared, its voice laced with hatred and madness. Soon, you livestock will learn what true fear is, and once again, you will live beneath our feet like the worms you are. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister light as it stepped forward, unfazed by the demon's sealing aura assaulting it. You may have defeated us back then, but it was only because of the divine paragon. Without him, you humans are nothing. Worthless insects. Then, its gaze narrowed on Sun Ling Kai and continued with a mocking sneer. And you so-called demon sealers. You've grown weak, so much weaker than before. Your end is coming, and this time, there will be no one to save you. Ha 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 ha. A chilling laugh erupted from its throat right before it was fully sealed. Although she had successfully sealed the demon, Sun Ling Kai felt no relief, no sense of victory or pride. If anything, a heavy unease settled over her heart. She took a deep breath and sighed, whatever these bastards are up to, well, definitely stop it. Meanwhile, moments before Sun Ling Kai sealed the demon. Everything will be fine now, Yuan said to the captives as he released them. What about the demon? One of them asked. I came here with a master demon sealer from the demon sealing clan, and she's dealing with it now. There won't be any issue since there's only one of them. And no. The young lattice face exclaimed, her voice filled with horror. There is more than one demon here. Just as Sun Ling Kai turned to leave, her body suddenly froze mid-step. A new presence had emerged, not far from where she stood, and it was like a crushing wave of malice crashing down upon her senses. Her instincts screamed in alarm. This wasn't just another demon. Its aura was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was cold, suffocating, and utterly overwhelming, filled with a primordial hatred that seemed to rot the very air around it. A chill ran down her spine. Something terrifying had arrived. Chapter 1922 The Sudden Appearance of a Demon Emperor. Chapter 1922 The sudden appearance of a demon emperor. After sensing the overwhelming malicious presence, Sun Ling Kai had to force herself to turn around. Every instinct in her body warned her to run, yet she stood her ground. At first, she saw nothing, just the empty, distorted air ahead, heavy with oppressive energy. But then, a silhouette began to take shape, emerging slowly from the shadows as if reality itself were bending to make way for it. Each step it took was deliberate, and with every step, the pressure grew heavier, colder, like a noose tightening around her soul. A second demon? How is that possible? My divine sense has been active and surrounding this place ever since we entered, yet I only just sensed it. Did it teleport in here just now? Sun Ling Kai couldn't fathom how she could have missed this demon, who was emitting a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. To think I'd returned to intruders. I only left for a couple of minutes, too. The silhouette spoke as it emerged from the shadow, revealing its appearance. Just like the demon general, this demon did not appear to have a crystal outside its body. However, its demonic energy and presence was several times stronger than the demon general, which could only mean one thing. A demon emperor. Sun Ling Kai muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible, laced with tension. She clenched her fists tightly, her jaw locking as pure fear crawled down her spine. After spending just a few moments in its presence, she began to recognize the undeniable familiarity in the aura. It was nearly identical to the one she had felt during the Supreme Demon Sealer examination a few years ago. The Demon Emperor before Sun Ling Kai was not the same one at the examination. It was a new one that she'd never heard of or seen before. Fuck, what should I do? Sun Ling Kai could only stand there and ponder her limited options as the Demon Emperor slowly approached. Although both she and the Demon Emperor had their cultivation sealed to the peak of Immortal Ascension, Sun Ling Kai wasn't confident she'd be able to face this Demon Emperor even if she had her full cultivation and the demon didn't. She could try running away, but that would bring shame to her status as a Master Demon Sealer, not to mention Yuan and the captives were not far away from her. If she ran, they would most certainly die. The Demon Emperor suddenly stopped before the sealed demon general. After a brief pause, it placed its palm on the sealed demon and began infusing demonic energy into it. A moment later, cracks began appearing on the sealed demon. It's unsealing the other demon? Seeing this, Sun Ling Kai instinctively attacked the Demon Emperor. Without even glancing in Sun Ling Kai's direction, the Demon Emperor casually flicked its hand, a motion so effortless it almost seemed dismissive. In that instant, a massive wave of demonic energy surged forth, thick, black, and seething with malice. It struck Sun Ling Kai like a collapsing mountain, the sheer force of it leaving no room to resist. Her body was violently repelled, sent flying through the air as if she were nothing more than a leaf caught in a storm. By the time Sun Ling Kai stabilized herself, which only took a second, the sealed demon was released from its stone prison. I apologize for my incompetence, Emperor. The demon general kneeled before the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor calmly gazed upon the demon and spoke, "Take care of the other invader. I'll deal with this livestock myself." "As you command." The demon general left without any delay, ignoring Sun Ling Kai, who could only watch as it disappeared. He should be fine. Sun Ling Kai wasn't too worried for Yuan, who she was sure was hiding his true cultivation. I won't be able to defeat this Demon Emperor by myself, so I can only try to hold it off until he defeats that demon general. Sun Ling Kai could only rely on Yuan's assistance to defeat this Demon Emperor, but even that seemed unlikely. According to what she heard from others in the Demon Sealing clan, it took their clan leader, as well as 2 Supreme Demon Sealers, to capture the other Demon Emperor, and they were all at full strength. Meanwhile, she was only a Master Demon Sealer. It'd take a miracle for her to hold off the Demon Emperor for a few minutes, let alone seal it. Let's just focus on defense until Xiaoyang arrives. Sun Ling Kai thought to herself as she prepared to fight the Demon Emperor, who merely stood there in silence. At the same time, the Demon General appeared before Yuan and the captives, who were trembling in fear due to the Demon Emperor's presence that filled the entire space there. The pressure was so terrifying and suffocating that the captives couldn't even stand up despite their cultivation returning, let alone escape. Spirit enlightenment? How did a weakling like you seal those 2 idiots? The Demon General narrowed its eyes at Yuan after accessing the situation, its gaze filled with confusion. "Don't worry, you'll experience it for yourself in just a moment," Yuan calmly said. "Humph. Ridiculous." The Demon General sneered. Yuan turned to face the captives and said, "Close your eyes. All of you. It'll be over in just a moment." Hearing his soothing voice, calm and steady like a gentle breeze, the captives felt an unexpected sense of comfort wash over them. Without realizing it, they all began to close their eyes tightly. "Normally, I'd use you to entertain me before I kill you. Unfortunately, I don't have the time today since I need to help that girl as soon as possible. So if you don't mind," the Demon General interrupted with a cold laugh, "using me as entertainment? I should be saying that to you." In a fit of rage, the Demon General lunged toward Yuan, or at least, it tried to. But the moment it moved, its body suddenly froze, locked in place by an unseen force. Confusion flashed across its face as it looked down to find several sword-shaped lights piercing through its body, glowing with pure, radiant energy that sizzled against its flesh. What? Where did this come from? It muttered in a daze, eyes wide with disbelief as it sensed an unfamiliar sensation, pain. Swords of eternal torment. When the demon general lifted its head up again, Yuan was already standing right before it with a humble-looking red sword in his grasp. The demon general's eyes widened some more after sensing the terrifying demon-sealing aura being emitted by the sword, and its body trembled in fear as it recalled this forgotten feeling called fear. That sword. Why do you? Yuan flicked his arm, and with a surreal grace, he swung the blade in a perfect horizontal arc, its path tracing cleanly across the demon's neck. The movement was strange. Slow and fast all at once. There was no wasted motion, no dramatic flourish, and the demon's head came cleanly off, its body completely sealed in an instant, long before its head could even reach the ground. Thud. The demon's head hit the sand with a muffled thud, sinking slightly into the soft grains, and its face was locked in a terrified expression, wide eyes filled with the dawning horror of realization. Chapter 1923 Facing the Demon Emperor. Chapter 1923 Facing the Demon Emperor. After sealing the demon general, Yuan said to the captives trembling in fear behind him, "You can open your eyes again. I have dealt with the demon." When the captives opened their eyes, their faces became filled with shock after seeing the sealed demon. After all, only a few seconds had passed since they were told to close their eyes. He sealed a demon general in seconds? How is that even possible? The captives couldn't comprehend it. Yuan continued, "Unfortunately, there is still a demon that needs to be dealt with. Stay here and don't move until I return. Otherwise, I won't be able to guarantee your safety." Without waiting for their response, Yuan left the scene and moved toward the demon emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai started her battle with the demon emperor shortly after the demon general left. "If you're not going to attack, it'll come to you," the demon emperor spoke as it slowly approached Sun Ling Kai. Gritting her teeth, Sun Ling Kai quickly pulled out several paintings and threw them into the air. They floated around them, forming a circle. Moments later, the scrolls opened up, releasing a wave of demon-sealing aura that created a protective barrier. The purpose of the barrier was to weaken any demons caught within, much like Yuan's demon-sealing zone. However, the demon emperor didn't so much as flinch, standing unaffected as though the aura had no effect on it at all. "You demon sealers have truly fallen. Compared to those of the past, your demon-sealing aura is laughably weak," the demon emperor said, his voice laced with both mockery and disappointment. Sun Ling Kai did her best to ignore the demon emperor's taunts and continued to bombard it with demon-sealing aura. But with the demon emperor treating her attacks as no more than empty air, the vast gap between them quickly became undeniable and overwhelming. The demon emperor suddenly vanished from Sun Ling Kai's sight, and in the blink of an eye, before she could even react, she found herself sprawled on the ground, her limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Sun Ling Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood. What just happened? She screamed inwardly. Lifting her gaze, she saw the demon emperor standing over her, its eyes cold and condescending, like it was merely observing a crushed insect. "Consider yourself fortunate. I'd kill you, but your purine essence will serve my goals far too well," the demon emperor remarked coldly. "What do you need my purine essence for?" she asked, her voice strained. Despite the seemingly brutal state of her body, such injuries were superficial for an immortal like Sun Ling Kai. As long as her dantian and soul remained unharmed, she could easily recover from such injuries. "What do you think? I'm going to use your purine essence to refine the key." "Key? Are you trying to unseal the demonic realm?" she exclaimed. "Oh. I guess you're not that clueless, after all. Your plan won't succeed. The demon-sealing clan will never allow the demonic realm to open." Sun Ling Kai gritted her teeth. "Ha ha ha. The demon-sealing clan? You speak as if you guys have the same power as before. Without the divine paragon, you guys are powerless. We're not alone. Are you talking about the demon's sealing grotto? Even if there are 100 of you, it won't change anything. If you want to stop us, you better dig the divine paragon out of his grave or something. Dig the divine paragon from his grave? We never even saw his corpse. Sun Ling Kai sighed inwardly. The divine paragon had vanished without a trace at the end of the demonic era. No matter how many resources were poured into searching for him, not a single clue was ever found. It may sound insane, but I truly regret that the divine paragon is no longer around, the demon emperor said, eyes fixed on the sand-carved ceiling. The only reason I've made it this far is because of the hatred I bear for that man. I'd give anything to watch him on his knees, begging for his life. That's not quite right. A new voice echoed through the air, calm yet unmistakably firm. The demon emperor's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the masked figure standing silently in the distance. You're only standing there now because you ran away, tail tucked between your legs like a frightened cat. Yuan spoke calmly as he walked toward them, his eyes fixed on Sun Ling Kai, who was lying on the ground with all of her limbs twisted in a gruesome manner. However, he wasn't too concerned about her condition since he could tell that her life wasn't in danger. What happened to the demon I sent after you? I can't sense his presence, but there's no way he would have fled, the demon emperor questioned Yuan after realizing this, not even entertaining the possibility that the demon general had been sealed in such a short time by a spirit enlightenment cultivator. And I can't just ignore what you said. Ran away like a frightened cat? You'll regret those words. The demon emperor remained composed, its calm demeanor betraying utter confidence, like it could crush an insect like Yuan whenever it wished. Isn't it the truth, though? Once you realized you couldn't defeat me, you, along with Carnage and that other demon emperor, fled like cowards. The demon emperor's expression darkened. It wasn't because Yuan had struck a nerve with facts or that had mentioned demon emperor Carnage by his demon name, something only very few knew, but because he spoke as if they had been the ones retreating from him. Xiaoyang. What are you? Sun Ling Kai muttered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yuan met her gaze and said softly, thank you for not running away and risking your life to face this demon emperor. I'll take it from here. Then, without another word, he raised his hand to his mask and slowly removed it. The moment the demon emperor saw Yuan's handsome face, its expression contorted with shock and instinctive fear. Without hesitation, it leapt away from Sun Ling Kai's side and distanced itself. Divine Paragon, it exclaimed afterward. Chapter 1924 Demon Sealing Sword. Chapter 1924 Demon Sealing Sword. Sun Ling Kai stared at Yuan's face, stunned. It was identical to the statue enshrined in the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, handsome, timeless, and unmistakable. It had been years since Sun Ling Kai last saw Yuan, and in that time, he had matured. He no longer merely resembled the divine paragon, he was his exact likeness, down to the last detail. Founder. That's impossible. Sun Ling Kai had spent many years gazing at the divine paragon statue since she joined the Demon Sealing Clan, and as a painter who painted countless pieces of him, there was no way she could mistake his features. Yet even now, she struggled to believe what her eyes were showing her. Your first instinct is to run again? I thought you wanted to see me, Demon Emperor Slaughter, Yuan said coldly as he walked towards Sun Ling Kai's battered body. When Yuan reached her side, he retrieved a recovery pill and gently placed it in her mouth. Just as Sun Ling Kai had once been forced to watch the Demon Emperor free the Demon General from his seal, Demon Emperor Slaughter could now only watch helplessly as Yuan healed her, its body paralyzed by fear. Founder, is it really you? Where have you been this entire time? Sun Ling Kai asked, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. A faint smile touched Yuan's lips as he replied calmly, I'll explain everything once I've handled our little situation here. After treating Sun Ling Kai, Yuan turned to face the Demon Emperor, who looked like it had just seen a ghost. Why do you look so surprised to see me? Didn't Demon Emperor Carnage tell of my return? Yuan asked, having assumed the news would have spread after their brief encounter years ago. Carnage knew? Impossible. We spoke not long ago. He never mentioned anything about your return. Demon Emperor Slaughter exclaimed. He didn't? How odd. Well, whatever reason he has for keeping it to himself, I'm not complaining. This works better for me anyway. You hateful bastard, how the fuck are you still alive? It's been hundreds of millions of years since the demonic era ended. No human should live that long. Yuan narrowed his eyes. If you demons, beings beneath me, can live that long, then why shouldn't I? In case you forgot, let me remind you something, that I won't take my last breath until I eradicate every single demon in existence. Sure enough, Demon Emperor Slaughter can still vividly recall the Divine Paragon always uttering such words whenever they clashed. No. I don't know why you look like the Divine Paragon, but you can't be him. Right. You're only at the level of spirit enlightenment, and I can tell that's your real cultivation. Since when did my cultivation ever matter? Yuan scoffed. I wiped out half your race before I even stepped into the immortal realm. Demon Emperor Slaughter clenched its jaw in frustration, the bitter memory surfacing once more. During the demonic era, the Divine Paragon had defied all logic, slaughtering demons with a cultivation far beneath theirs, turning their pride into shame. Unlike battles between cultivators, fighting demons hinged on one thing, the strength of one's demon's sealing aura, and in that regard, no one even came close to the Divine Paragon. Since you refuse to believe I've truly returned, there's only one option left. I'll beat the reality into you. Yuan retrieved the crimson blade from his spatial ring again, the very sword he had used to seal the demon general. That sword. The demon's sealing sword. Demon Emperor Slaughter trembled at the sight of it. That weapon had sealed countless demons, and its presence alone stirred deep, ancestral fear within its core. The demon's sealing sword? The strongest of the 3 demon sealing treasures? Sun Ling Kai gasped, just as stunned by its appearance. No one had seen the legendary weapon since the Divine Paragon vanished, and most had long believed it was lost with him. Upon sensing the Demon Emperor's presence, the demon's sealing sword began to tremble, as if quivering with anticipation, eager to taste demonic blood once more. It's been too long since you had a proper meal, hasn't it? Yuan murmured to the blade. Don't worry. I'll give you a feast soon. Yuan then retrieved another treasure from his spatial ring, and it was another ring. That ring. It took her a moment, but Sun Ling Kai recognized the ring. It was a mysterious treasure that had long rested within the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library treasury. Though its purpose remained unknown, it had astronomical value because it was once owned by the Divine Paragon. Sure enough, this ring was the unknown sealed ring Yuan had acquired in the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library treasury for 2,000 points after passing his elite Demon Sealer examination, and other than the Divine Paragon himself, nobody knew of its true purpose. Once the ring was in his grasp, Yuan bit his lip until blood welled up, then pressed a gentle kiss to the surface. The unknown sealed ring suddenly shattered into countless fragments, each shard drawn toward the demon sealing sword before being absorbed into the blade as if returning to where it truly belonged. After absorbing the ring, the demon sealing sword erupted with an overwhelming surge of demon sealing aura. The aura was so potent that it began sealing Demon Emperor Slaughter merely by proximity. Demon Devouring Sword, Grade, Celestial, Quality, Peak, Requirement, can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description: once wielded by the Divine Paragon. Not only does it seal demons, but it can also devour them, using their demonic energy to strengthen itself. Unique ability: when wielding the Demon Devouring Sword, all demon sealing techniques will have their power amplified by 666,666%. Unique ability: the Demon Devouring Sword can devour demons and their souls, turning them into its own strength. Unique ability: you can summon the soul of demons devoured by the Demon Devouring Sword. Chi consumption increases based on the summoned demon's strength. Unique ability: for when Demon Devouring Sword is out, all demons within its vicinity will be greatly weakened, and all demons below Demon Emperor will have their abilities sealed. Chapter 1925 Demon Devouring Sword. Chapter 1925 Demon Devouring Sword. Did you know? The demon's sealing sword was once an ordinary sword that evolved through the demon blood it was constantly soaked in. Yuan calmly revealed this information as he looked at the sword in his grasp. If it hadn't been protected by his demon's sealing aura, the demon's sealing sword would have most likely evolved into a cursed treasure instead. I need to run. At the sight of the demon's sealing sword, the demon emperor abandoned all thoughts of battle. Fear took hold, and it began desperately searching for a way to escape. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the demon emperor, a grin tugging at his lips. That look. Trying to run again? The demon emperor's entire being trembled at his words, shock rippling through it. Instinct took over, and it bolted, only to crash against an invisible barrier. Yuan had activated the demon's sealing zone long before, silently trapping it within. Ha 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 ha. Yuan suddenly burst out laughing, his voice loud enough to shake the space around them. Founder. Startled, Sun Ling Kai's body jumped slightly. This is too hilarious. If only you had remained inside your hole after I allowed you to escape the last time, you wouldn't be in this situation, Demon Emperor. If you think you can escape from me a second time, think again. Yuan chased after the Demon Emperor with the demon devouring sword in his grasp, its blade trembling from anticipation. Devour this coward. Yuan swung his sword from a distance. In the very next moment, the Demon Emperor's right arm vanished, erased from existence, as if devoured by an unseen force. Normally, a wound like this would be meaningless to a demon, as their godlike regeneration would restore the damage in an instant. But this time, the Demon Emperor's arm remained gone, as if it had been erased from existence itself. Fuck. You goddamn bastard, Divine Paragon. The Demon Emperor roared angrily. Knowing it could not escape, it decided to fight to the death instead and lunged at Yuan. That's more like it. Dragon Transformation. Although Yuan activated Dragon Transformation to bridge the gap in cultivation, the Demon Emperor still held the advantage, remaining slightly faster and stronger than him. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor was missing a limb, and Yuan's regeneration rivaled demons. Of course, Yuan's most significant advantage was his overwhelming demon sealing aura, which greatly weakened the Demon Emperor's combat prowess. Without it, Yuan wouldn't have stood a chance against it, much less dominate it. Meanwhile, Sun Ling Kai watched their clash with a dazed, almost dreamlike gaze. When she snapped out of it, she retrieved a blank scroll and her brush. Despite the lingering pain in her still healing arms, she began to paint, capturing the battle unfolding before her. This is it. I was born to witness and paint this scene. Sun Ling Kai's eyes sparkled with fervor, her heart pounding, her blood ablaze. Every detail of the battle seared itself into her soul as she poured it all into her painting. As Yuan and the Demon Emperor continued clashing, the sheer force of their battle grew overwhelming. The surrounding landscape began to crumble under the pressure, collapsing in on itself as their power tore through everything in its path. Seeing the devastation unfold, Sun Ling Kai quickly used her spiritual energy to shield the captives from afar, even transporting them to safety. Yet she herself remained in the heart of the battlefield, unmoving, unwilling to miss a single moment, even if it meant risking her life to witness and capture history in the making. Stop toying with me, Divine Paragon. The Demon Emperor suddenly roared. It knew Yuan was only messing around since he hasn't used Devour again after the first one. Are you in that much of a hurry to die? Then allow me to fulfill your wish. Devour. 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 In the blink of an eye, the Demon Emperor's remaining limbs were devoured by the demon devouring sword. What kind of ability is that? Does it have no limit? Sun Ling Kai swallowed hard, her nerves trembling at the demon devouring sword's godlike power. She had believed herself well versed in its history, having studied every record available. But witnessing it in action shattered that illusion. There was still so much the world didn't know about the Divine Paragon and his demon sealing treasures. This isn't over yet, Divine Paragon. Even with all its limbs erased from existence, the Demon Emperor refused to yield. Its mutilated form still radiated overwhelming menace and bloodlust. Hovering in the air, its body twisted unnaturally, and from its back, two massive, blood-soaked wings burst forth, beating with raw, defiant fury. Endless slaughter. A crimson barrier, formed from blood and eerily reminiscent of Demon Emperor Carnage's blood sphere, suddenly materialized, encasing both Yuan and the Demon Emperor within its ominous glow. However, before the barrier could fully form, Yuan slashed through it with ease, tearing it apart like fragile paper. "What do you think you're doing?" he said coldly, his voice laced with offense. "That trick might have worked on other demon sealers, but who do you think you're facing? Are you looking down on me, you demon bastard? You fucking monster." The Demon Emperor gritted its teeth. Yuan grinned at its words. "Let me show you what a real monster looks like." With a single vertical slash, Yuan tore through the air, rending open a gap in space itself. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the rift, its presence radiating an ominous aura eerily similar to the Demon Emperor's, heavy with malice and bloodlust. Demon Emperor Slaughter's eyes widened in shock the moment it saw the figure. It wasn't just familiar, it was someone it had once fought alongside, a former comrade from an era long past. Demon Emperor Malice. Demon Emperor Slaughter muttered in a dazed voice. The presence Yuan had summoned with the demon devouring sword was none other than Demon Emperor Malice, one of the 9 demon emperors he had slain during the demonic era. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.